man a stab man and shoot man and all them thing there, and them them go up so much. You may I tell you? So these people tell us them stop and them close this thing, and me know for a fact at 2020 as a chief, let's say, because we saw it that the mandate was lifted June 19, 2020, not 2021. And the man them still run with it because people are comply.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and now him come up now and have a man 3 hours. Not demanding, not scaring him, but begging him, please, sir, just all right, just put it right here, just rub it. Just put it, just yeah, man. So may I hope him willing to come forward yet.
Yeah, man. You not hear me. You not see me.
Oh, I see it there. So, all right. So, listen, next time you must press leave the meeting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, am I there?
You cut off the whole a while ago,
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Shucks. Yeah,
really?
First ever give me end all or something like that, so I just click it.
No, you must put leave.
Oh, boy. Sorry about that. I'm not an expert like you on Zoom at all.
Or give somebody the leave before you leave.
Yeah. So,
all right. So
what?
Just go straight ahead then and give you the host, and then if when ready, turn it over to Impressive.
Yeah.
So is any video going to be played today?
Yeah,
that's why I get the host.
Non-stop video from now till the morning.
Okay.
Someone just said she can't get connect. I don't know.
Maybe it's during the time when we got cut off, so she probably try again.
Oh boy.
Virgin, you hear the man them say them did that track the whole away power cell phone last year.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and give thanks to Zuckerberg as the CIA, right? That one there. The man, them actually tell us that the man is a CIA agent, and I'm thank him for all the good work for him, though. Everybody.
Boy.
Welcome to the big. Canada has become a big open prison. That's all it is. A big open prison. Yeah, just one big open prison. Them turn it, but then it's not just Canada. It's gonna be the world, because as we shall see in the video. Yeah, that's where we're heading. But before me even go into that video, we can play one before that until more people come. So I'll play a piece of one. You ready, David? You want us to go straight in or you want to wait to go?
No, I'm the host.
I am the host now. So, all right. So when I want to do a video, what I do? Screen share?
Yes, and then you do it already when you argue with a religious thing. So you go to the religious thing.
I'm not a member,
I know. Oh, I got that guy there.
Yeah, I want to see what they tell me to do. So, all right, now I want to show a video.
Pull up the video on your screen first.
Okay.
Anything?
I am not seeing anything.
No, so once
record on this computer, record cloud, reaction, disable.
Well, I know. Will it?
Share.
know.
All right, hold on, man. It's a share sound. Tell me if you hear anything. You hearing this?
There, take it out there.
Governing
now we can hear,
in a neutral, reasonable, non-ideological way. And
all right, so let me pause it. Let me rewind this thing.
Look how easy that was. It
was hidden, tucked away. These idiots who make the program sure I just make it come full. Then if you are sharing something now, share audio, it's hidden, tucked away. Anyway.
Yeah, why them about to share audio and don't? Just make it one thing.
Stupid. Why would you want? Sure. Anyway, whatever. Come, Bridget. We'll last some time, but let's go.
Yes.
Welcome to Brightwood News, everybody. We are again pleased to have here Bruce Pardy. He is the executive director of Rights Probe and a professor of law. Thank you so much again for joining us, Mr. Pardy.
Oh, thanks, Gord. Thanks for having me.
A pleasure. All right. So we're now into deeper into this ball game of the loss of our freedoms continuing, we're seeing a Bill 100.
All those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. I declare the motion carried.
That is put a lot of people on edge because there have been some posts that have been put out there saying that this bill will effectively give the PC government the power to seize somebody's house for protesting without a hearing or trial. But we came to you to get a deeper look into this and a more critical eye on the actual bill itself. Should people be worried? What should they be worried about? Should there be no worry at all?
Everyone,
so
please mute your mic.
Into that, is there any sort of provision in there to say that you cannot protest? And secondly, if you do, that you will lose your house?
Okay, so Bill 100 appears to be a direct response to the truckers being on the Ambassador Bridge and other points of entry. It provides for the discretionary taking and suspension of licenses and license plates off of vehicles who are, for example, blocking a bridge. It is draconian in the sense that it provides wide discretion to police officers and to the registrar and so on, which I can get into in a minute, to take action without a court proceeding. Now, one thing it doesn't appear to do is make illegal things which were not already illegal, right? So it's already against the Highway Traffic Act to park on the bridge, right? So this doesn't really involve creating any new prohibitions, but it does create new discretionary powers and new penalties if a police officer has reasonable grounds to think that you're doing this. And this is the difficulty in the act. It was always the case, for example, under the Highway Traffic Act, that your license could be suspended if you committed certain criminal code offenses, for example. And this underlines sort of a more basic problem that we have, which is licensing for driving and commercial operations and generally, and for all kinds of other things. Licensing, which enables you to carry on business, to enable you to make a living, has traditionally been seen not as a right, but as a privilege. Now, as long as you have governments that are exercising their governing abilities in a neutral, reasonable, non-ideological way, and granting licenses to everybody who applies for them and qualifies for very, very basic things like skill in driving, then no problem. But once you get into ideological territory and the continuation or suspension of your license starts to depend upon, you know, whether or not you oppose the government's political agenda.
And this has nothing to do with the vaccine passports to cross the border. We can all find different jobs. We can all provide for our families a different way. This is about freedom for the country. We're truckers and the mandates.
Then the idea that a license is a privilege and not a right becomes really problematic, because then the administrative state can exercise its discretion to punish you for backing the wrong team. And this is just sort of one more piece down the road of this social credit scoring system that we've been talking about, right? So, but the Bill 100 specifically deals with the situation where some kind of transportation infrastructure is being blocked.
It doesn't mean that you're having a protest, say, down at Queen's Park, where they have the weekly Toronto rallies, that you could lose your house.
Correct. It does not apply to the situation where, you know, you walk down to Queen's Park, you have a sign, you walk across in front of the lawn. Bill 100 does not deal with that. Bill 100 is about blocking critical infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, which the Act defines as a port of entry or an airport that has international flights, and any other piece of infrastructure that is identified in the regulation. So oddly, this is a provincial bill, but oddly, the provincial bill identifies international points of entry and airports, as the infrastructure that they are protecting. And as I say, this seems to be a direct response to the blocking of the Ambassador Bridge and other points of entry. If you're walking on the sidewalk with a sign protesting something, then Bill 100 won't apply. If you are using your vehicle, your passenger car or your transport truck to block these kinds of critical infrastructure, then the bill will apply. And the bill gives police officers the discretion on reasonable grounds to do a variety of things, including taking your driver's license, taking your license plates, taking your commercial certificate, and basically suspending it for 14 days. After that, the registrar is also given the discretion to continue the period of suspension or to cancel it altogether. And none of these things require a hearing in a courtroom. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that the act also creates offenses. Now, as I've alluded to, parking on the bridge is probably already an offense. It's a thing that you could get ticketed for, and if you refuse to move, then you could probably get towed. But the offenses that this act creates create some pretty hefty fines. $100,000 for this, $500,000 for that, and including the possibility of prison time. So they're really coming down with a hard hand on something that otherwise would probably be regarded as a fairly minor thing, parking on a street where you're not supposed to park. So what we have here is the removal of the idea of due process, which will endanger your ability to carry on your livelihood if you get involved in the kind of protests that they don't want to see. So it does affect protests in that sense, but it doesn't affect the kind of protest where you're not actually blocking any international transportation infrastructure.
As you mentioned, this is going back to the same police overreach, government overreach that we saw in Ottawa. Go against the government's political agenda, and you become an enemy of the state. I mean, one of the other alarming powers that the police have been given is to be able to arrest without a warrant. This due process, we seem to be, is it safe to say we're living in a lawless society?
Well, many of those things are true, but let's just back up a step. So sometimes the best way to analyze a bill is to try and see it through the lens of an advocate. An advocate of this bill would say this: well, all we're doing here is protecting the ability of other people to carry on their business. If you block the Ambassador Bridge, then commerce cannot occur. You can't transport things from one side of the border to the other one, and we can't have that. We can't have people who have beefs with the government to shut down infrastructure to the detriment of everybody else. And so all we're doing here is strengthening our ability to protect that infrastructure. We're not trying to curb freedom of speech. We're not saying people you can't object to government policy. You just can't use your transport truck to make sure that nobody goes across the bridge. And in that view of the thing, that doesn't suggest that they're being draconian, doesn't suggest that it's becoming a police state, doesn't suggest that they're becoming ideological about this. But of course, it's all part of a pattern too, right? So what they're essentially saying is the kind of protest that you had, although the actions that you took may have already been technically unlawful, we are going to double down. We're going to make it really unlawful, and we're going to make sure that you never do that again, because if you do, we're going to take your means of earning a living away from you. That's the respect in which they've raised the stakes, if you like, about this kind of action. Now you'll note that one piece of infrastructure that they do not list in the statute as part of this protected transportation infrastructure is railways. For some reason, they've included ports of entry, the crossings, and they've included airports that have international flights. They do not include railways, which is interesting. And I don't know if it's just a coincidence or if it's by design or what the story might be there. But you'll recall the railway blockades that we had in early, I guess it was 2020, that were left there for weeks and weeks because it seemed like the government and the police didn't want to touch them because they were for a cause that was ideologically aligned or at least touchy. And so for whatever reason, they have left railways out of the bill. Now, it's still possible that they might be listed in the regulations, but on the face of it, it's just the border crossings and it's just the airports.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of, you mentioned a greater overall pattern. There's a context. In isolation, this law seems actually beneficial to everybody. I mean, who doesn't want to have goods and services coming across the border and have them blocked? But when you look at the Coastal GasLink pipeline protests,
a group of masked people attacked a pipeline construction site in northern BC overnight, causing millions of dollars worth of damage to equipment. Security at the site reported being attacked by a mob armed with axes and flares who smashed vehicle windows and apparently blocked the access road with downed trees, fires, and a school bus. Police say as their officers responded, several people threw smoke bombs and torches at them.
Right. It's part of this greater agenda, this pattern that we're seeing, that there is a biased political and media agenda to push for equity in terms of a selected and, let's say, targeted group that the public is supposed to accept, right? We're supposed to accept equity for all people. We're supposed to now accept gender equity, right? All these issues. Yet at the same time, there is this biased lens where anybody fighting for the freedoms of Canadians, for their constitutional rights, is thrown under the bus because it goes against this political agenda.
We're working tirelessly to bring you the truth. If you appreciate our journalism, please click on the link in the text description and donate today.
Yes, and it might just be worthwhile just to underline once again what we mean by equity, because it's a very tricky word. Sometimes people hear it and think they're talking about equality, right? And who could be against equality? But it means a very different thing, right? So equity means that you treat people differently according to the group that they appear to belong to. And that is not the same as equality. It's the opposite. It's the opposite of equality of treatment. And the point that you're making is well taken, because this is a very good example of treating different kinds of protests against different kinds of policies in quite a different way. As I suggested, this looks to be specifically targeted at the specific event wherein the truckers were protesting vaccine mandates. This bill does not seem to apply to the kind of event that has happened in the past where other kinds of groups have been protesting other kinds of things. They don't seem to care about that. But this they do care about. And that suggests that consistent with the idea, the concept of equity, wherein different groups of people should be treated in different ways under the law because of the rightness or wrongness of their cause and their group and their identity, this bill treats the different protests in a different way.
Yeah, 100%. Why were the blockades there in the first place? Because the vaccine mandates were brought in on truckers who were hailed as heroes, crossed the borders with all the liberties that every Canadian should have, back and forth, supplying 90% of the goods, fruits and vegetables that come into Canada via the US, taking our goods, exporting to the US, continuing trade, being hailed heroes for 2 years. Then the vaccine mandate comes in for these people who drive in their trucks alone, who have never had any evidence shown that they have been spreaders of COVID. It's just so incredible, this double standard that's being applied, this gaslighting that's being applied on the public.
Right. So we, for a long time, decades, we have had an expansive welfare state. By welfare state, I mean a state that manages us. It regulates, it promotes, it directs, it subsidizes, it taxes, it does all kinds of things. And as time has gone on, that managerial state has expanded. And we are now into the area where that state has taken on, and I'm not just talking about a government. I mean, a government sitting in the legislature. I mean, governments are supposed to be ideological. They run on ideological platforms, and the population votes, and one of them wins. So it's not a condemnation to say that a government has an ideology, but the managerial state now has an ideology. It's embedded in it.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna get back. Let me see if we can get back. So that's our first video. I'm wondering if we should just play the other video and then we have discussion, or we want to have the discussion right away after the video is played. Because I could go on and play a next video. Or do you want to discuss this and then we go on to the next video?
Is this video finished already? Because it looks
I
like
don't
it's only.
I don't want to play all of it. We get the main points. The main point, I'm sure we all get the main point. We're supposed to get the main point. All right.
That it's based on the groups or the protest.
Yes.
And the law applies. Okay.
Yes, they are simply. I don't know why this thing keep on doing that, bro. Right, they are simply. What they're saying is that there was a group in I think it's 2021 or thereabout, who they protested, they burned, they were very violent, and the government never behave this way towards them. But anything that has to do with the New World Order, the new reset, the vaccine mandate, they're coming down heavy. You heard the fines that they want that they want to implement. 100,000, 500,000. You will own nothing and you will be happy. That's part of the agenda. That if any little thing is no. Even David was telling us earlier about this guy at the airport, and his fine was $6,000. And you have people who have done worse crimes. And now this man is saying he doesn't want a test. And people have done worse crimes and they were never fined $6,000. So this vaccine agenda is serious. And if you all think it's over, it is not over.
No, because I saw a video on the weekend that showed that all the countries signed a document, most unknowingly, that the more debts there are, the more money they will be getting. Each country will be getting to support them for whatever. So it's not over yet, because there's still a lot of vaccine not yet given to many people. And I know that Drew had already said we have enough vaccine here to last us up to 2024. So we have a long way to go. I know people who have taken their fourth shot already, fourth boost.
Yes, man.
And I asked, are they crazy? What? That person is doing dialysis, so maybe his blood is being cleared out. I don't know.
I was talking to somebody this evening, and they were saying that this thing is what they're doing is putting an expiry date on people when you get that thing, it's an expiry date they're putting on you. So they can do whatever they want with you. Anybody have anything else to say about the video before we move on to the next one? Speak now or forever hold your peace. David, you still there?
I think he's driving.
Okay, and he was gonna be having a meeting, I think. All right, now since there's nobody else has anything to say, we'll move on to the next video. Let me see if I can source it. And that is the feature video. Even though I will have another one at the towards the end. How much time now? 8:04. We're doing well with the time. So anybody have any observation, any comment about the video we just show? Or you want to express your feeling? Nothing? Nothing? No comment?
Everybody shy.
All right. Everybody quiet today. All right. let me move on to the other video. That one is on my computer. Let me see if I can find it now. So we can X off this one. So would I click stop sharing for this one?
No, you can just share the other one or close that screen. Yeah, just pretend that we're not here and you're showing
All
the
right,
screen.
so let me find the other one. All right, this one.
The same WEF that is run by this guy who is a huge supporter of
Are you hearing?
The article is titled
By now, I'm sure you have heard some of these taglines: the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the Great Reset, and the Great Narrative. And of course, you will own nothing and be happy. And I'm sure you've seen the face of this guy being praised as a visionary who will guide our world into a prosperous future. But what does that really mean? And what is the World Economic Forum's plan for the world in 2030? Will it be a world of increased inclusion, equity, and freedom for all? Or, as many people fear, will it be exactly the opposite? I'm not here to answer that question, but what I would like to do is propose a hypothetical future scenario. A scenario that the WEF is promoting and the type of world we could be living in by 2030. A world where your property, your identity, your money could be owned and controlled by your government.
Yes, Professor. Sorry about that. We get the next video ready, sir.
Yeah, it's playing. Are you hearing it?
Let me check.
Is everybody hearing the video?
I was.
Okay, well, if one is hearing, or should be hearing.
I'm hearing.
You're hearing that, I?
Yes, I am.
At the end of the video, I do want you to make up your own mind whether you think the WEF is a force for good on the planet or if we should be having some concerns and if we should be asking some questions. So let's get into it, shall we? But before we do have an amazing newsletter that people rave about, 60,000 people and counting. So if you want to join a fellow freedom seekers, there is a link in the bio. To make my case today, I am going to be speaking about what I believe could be the three main pillars that surround the World Economic Forum's agenda for 2030 and discussing some of the things that they are promoting around the now famous event called the Great Reset. Before I start though, I just want you to keep two things in mind. Number one, the World Economic Forum and the leader, Klaus Schwab, haven't been elected by anyone. Yet despite this fact, they are trying to influence politics all around the world in order to transform the planet that we live on. Secondly, all of the resources that I'm sharing in this video are coming from verifiable sources, many of which are directly from the WEF's website. If you want to confirm any of the information, there is more info in the description. So let us discuss the three hypothetical pillars and how it might affect our lives. Pillar 1, surveillance. The first pillar in the 2030 agenda is the possibility of total surveillance of every single one of us. And the way the WEF could achieve this is by us requiring a new form of identification. The World Economic Forum suggests that every single person on the planet will receive a new form of digital ID, which they say would help promote a world of inclusion where everyone has more access to basic services. But they also suggest this ID could be linked to absolutely everything in your life. It could be required to book plane and train tickets and track where it is you're going. This digital ID would be needed to access social media, the internet, bank accounts, and even a requirement in order to spend your money. And without your ID, it's possible you may not be able to buy anything at all. And who would control your digital ID and the data it contains? Well, of course, your government would. In short, absolutely every action you take in your modern life could be tracked by this new type of personal ID. What your online habits are, where you go, what you buy online, what you say online, and so much more. And if you think this kind of a system is a little bit worrying, well, you're not the only one that thinks this way. Just recently, Kenya's High Court ruled a digital ID system to be illegal in the country because they fear it could be abused by the government in order to violate a person's basic right to privacy. But the WEF doesn't agree. They think it's going to do more good than harm. But anyway, where would you be carrying this new form of ID? Well, according to the WEF, you could be carrying it inside your body. In his book, The Fourth Industrial Revolution, Schwab talks heavily about how RFID chips could be used to track goods and packages around the world, enabling our economy to become significantly more efficient. But in referencing the same technology, he also said this: in the near future, similar monitoring systems will also be applied to the movement and tracking of people. He also says that the Fourth Industrial Revolution will lead to a fusion of our physical, our digital, and our biological identities. 2030s. Echoing this on the website, the WEF discusses a future where electronic implants could become a relatively normal part of human life. Lastly, I want to mention something I've spoken about on this channel before, which is in regards to the WEF's potential forecast for a future of surveillance, which comes from an article published on Forbes, which is written by a WEF contributor. The article is titled, "Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been better." And the line I want to highlight is as follows. "Once in a while, I get annoyed about the fact that I have no real privacy, nowhere I can go and not be registered. I know somewhere everything I do, think, and dream of is recorded. I just hope that nobody will use it against me." To be clear, this article was written by Ida Auken, who is a Danish politician and also a member of the WEF, writing as a contributor for the World Economic Forum. So this is pillar number 1, surveillance. And later on, I'm going to be talking about how the world of surveillance ties in with pillar 3. But for now, let's talk about the second pillar, which is finance. Pillar 2, finance. The next pillar of the Great Reset agenda could be around finance, and more specifically, putting more control of money and assets in the hands of the government. So you know the line, "You will own nothing and you will be happy"? Well, this is the pillar where this could be playing out. In multiple articles on their own website and elsewhere, the WEF predicts a world where people will no longer own most of the things they use in life. Instead, through a sharing economy, items like clothing and cooking equipment will be owned by your government and delivered to you when you need them. But according to a WEF member, sometimes you won't even need to decide what you need, because an algorithm that knows your taste better than you do could make these choices for you instead. And your home? Well, soon that could be owned by the government as well, but you won't have to pay rent because someone else will be using your space when you're not there. In short, everything that you own now could soon hypothetically be owned by your government. But the most important tool, asset that you have, which we use every single day to exchange value, which is money, seems that the WEF might have a plan for that as well. The WEF talks heavily about how cash in the modern world is risky and how it should be replaced by digital money. And even though statistics show that many countries around the world would prefer to use cash over electronic forms of money, the WEF believes these people just don't know what's good for them. Instead, they believe we should all be switching over to electronic payment systems as it's the way of the future. So, what could replace a world where we no longer have any kind of physical money? Well, the next step would be to develop a secure digital currency that everybody can use. It's kind of like crypto, except the future digital currency proposed wouldn't be decentralized. It would be completely controlled by your government. And this is called the Central Bank Digital Currency, or CBDC. A CBDC would be fully trackable, traceable, and a secure form of currency that, like Bitcoin, lives on a blockchain. But it would be also fully centralized. It would be money controlled by those in power instead of being in the hands of the people. With a CBDC, your money would no longer be held in a bank account either. Instead, proposals suggest cutting out what they call the middleman, with your government becoming the bank that directly holds your money for you. Nations like the United States, Brazil, China, Canada, Germany, Austria, and Australia are already at certain stages of research or developing a CBDC, meaning we may be only a couple of years away from this becoming a reality. But potentially, most worrying of all, a CBDC would also be fully programmable, meaning your government could place whatever rules they wanted on your money, potentially allowing you to only spend your money on the items that they deem appropriate, or even worse, cutting off your access to your money altogether. In short, it would become the perfect tool in order to track and control your money, the very thing that we need in order to survive in today's world. If you want to learn more, I've recently made a video about CBDCs.
Let me pause this a minute. I'm gonna see if I can source the original video on YouTube, and but that one was
Really,
yeah.
it looked like you start a video.
No, the problem is sometimes the audio of those things that they're supposed to just record they're supposed to just record like does the audio inside,
Really?
but it
You
was
can hear me?
yeah man, I'm hearing you. I'm just trying to find back the video. Just give me a minute. Library.
Yeah, it look like a start. It look like the other video. Go on to another video before you should have stopped it and then start this one. Look like you're just start and some the other one still playing
That's what
in
I'm
a
saying.
different
No, that's not the problem.
or
The problem
somebody mic
is,
on.
are you hearing me?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, no, when I recorded that, but it recorded the this is it.
By now, I'm sure you have heard some of these taglines.
Let me fast forward, you reach about here.
Secure form of currency that, like Bitcoin, lives
that
on a
sounding
blockchain,
better?
but it would be also fully centralized.
Yes.
It would be money controlled by those in power instead of being in the hands of the people. With a CBDC, your money would no longer be held in a bank account either. Instead, proposals suggest cutting out what they call the middleman, with your government becoming the bank that directly holds your money for you. Nations like
By the way, do you want me to start it from the beginning because it was very distracting with the sound in the background? Or just
No.
let it play from here?
Let it play.
United States, Brazil, China, Canada, Germany, Austria, and Australia are already at certain stages of research or developing a CBDC, meaning we may be only a couple of years away from this becoming a reality.
Huh? Somebody saying something?
Mute, David, mute.
Oh, David, mute, because I thought you were saying something to me.
But potentially, most worrying of all, a CBDC would also be fully programmable, meaning your government could place whatever rules they wanted on your money, potentially allowing you to only spend your money on the items that they deem appropriate, or even worse, cutting off your access to your money altogether. In short, it would become the perfect tool in order to track and control your money, the very thing that we need in order to survive in today's world. If you want to learn more, I've recently made a video about CBDCs. Feel free to watch that one after you watch this one. Now, let's move on to pillar 3. But before I do, I want to talk about today's sponsor, which still has a very heavy focus on decentralized money that is firmly in the hands of the people. A part of my diversification strategy for growing my wealth is to invest in crypto, and recently I've started using FTX as my preferred way of doing so. One of my biggest peeves with buying crypto is the massive fees that many exchanges charge, sometimes up to 5%, but this is not the case with FTX. Via the FTX app, you can buy and sell crypto and NFTs with absolutely no fees. Even better, by using the FTX app, you'll also earn free crypto on every trade you make over $10. I love that I can also set up recurring investments. So I get to choose how much money I'd like to invest, and then the app will automatically buy the crypto for me at predetermined intervals I choose. So whether every day, every month, every week. They also have a crypto debit card and a trading platform for more advanced traders. Over 6 million people trust FTX to buy, sell, and hold crypto, and it is for customers of the US as well as people from around the world. If you'd like to get started today creating a crypto portfolio with FTX, there is a link below this video. Pillar 3, scoring. Finally, the last part of the WEF's hypothetical plan for 2030 is scoring, basically ranking human beings against each other based on almost every single action that they take, and this is called the social credit system. Simply put, it is judging how good or bad of a citizen you are based on almost every single thing that you do in your day-to-day life, rewarding people who are doing things that the government likes and punishing people that do the opposite. Sounds depressing? Well, there is already one place on Earth that has implemented this system. China. Today, China has already the world's most restrictive social credit system. It's a system where citizens are ranked based on almost everything they do in day-to-day life, from how long they play video games to how well they drive, what their shopping habits are, and whether they buy too many luxury items, and especially what they say online as well as who they associate with. If a person's score gets too low, they can lose access to things in life that many of us would argue are human rights, things like a passport, bank loans, or access to putting their children in a good school. And if your score gets low enough, there are even reports the governments can come and take your dog away. Only a few years ago, China was already banning upwards of 20 million people a year from buying a plane or train ticket because their social credit score was too low. And guess who is a big fan of China's system and the country's current leader? You guessed it. This guy, Klaus Schwab, recently gave China's president a glowing introduction at World Economic Forum event and praised Xi's leadership as well as his nation's economic achievements. Don't like the idea of a credit score? Well, unfortunately, they soon could be coming to a country near you. The first social credit system in Europe is set to begin rolling out in Italy later this year, and the Australian city of Darwin has also proposed one as well. A social credit system like this would neatly slot in with the surveillance pillar, and it would make the scoring of every individual very easy, because if we all have digital IDs, we could easily be scored on our every action. Now, I personally believe that the very idea of a social credit system is disgusting. Pinning humans against each other and ranking them based on their behavior? No, thank you. But whether you feel as strongly about this issue as I do or not, there is one thing that really can't be argued with, that a system like this would eventually mean that the government would control the people and how they live. It would mean that people would have to act the way that the government would want them to act. And those that don't toe the line, they would lose their rights and privileges, financial privileges, economic privileges, and basic human freedoms. To me, this sounds like the perfect way of controlling a population and removing everybody's individual free will. But hey, maybe that's just me. I'd love to know your thoughts. The conclusion. In the end, these three hypothetical pillars seem to be pointing to one eventuality: absolute control. The control of people by tracking their every move. The control of a society by locking down its access to money and the things they need to survive. And the control of an individual's behavior and choices with a restrictive social credit system. And to me, it does seem like the WEF is promoting things that could make this kind of a system a reality. As I said at the start of this video, I really want you to make up your own mind about what you believe is going on. But as you do, just remember this. The WEF is an organization that none of us have elected. An organization that is funded by some of the richest and most powerful companies that have ever existed. It's an organization that is installing its young global leaders in political cabinets all around the world to shape the laws of our nations. And seemingly, it's an organization that thinks it knows better than we do about the individual choices we should all be making. Personally, I want to live in a world where I get to make my own choices, that I get to decide what I want to do and what I enjoy, and not having some government or algorithm deciding this for me, where I get to say what I want, where I get to associate with who I want without the fear of having some imaginary brownie points taken away from me, and where my financial future is still in my own hands, so I can decide if I want to buy or own things that bring me joy. I could be wrong, but it seems that the WEF doesn't want this for us. So do tell me again, who elected these people in order for them to dictate the kind of future that we are going to be potentially living in? Not me, and I guarantee not you either. So let me know your thoughts below, and stay tuned for more on this topic very soon. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and share this video so more people know about this. Also, to let you know, currently we have 30% off pre-sale of our brand new course, The Manual, to teach you more about how to take control of your financial future. And of course, we have the newsletter that people rave about, so you can check it out, link in bio, and I will see you in the next one.
All right. Are you still there, everybody, on the drop asleep?
Yeah, no, we're scared.
Well, I tell you, it is certainly scary, boy. It is certainly scary. This is why the next video that I will play is talking about us, what we have to go grow our own food, our own water, our own independence, because this is you talk about total control of our lives. You have to be careful what you say online. You have to be careful whose side you're on.
It don't make no difference. You talk inside your own house, it is recorded. Remember, everything, every electronic you have now is connected one way or another.
Yeah.
I have a Siri box here, and every time she's playing it, when I tell her to play music, if she hear me saying something loud, she quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but why anyway? It doesn't make sense.
If somebody gave it to me, I know you were asked.
Amazon send me one of that, and I just disconnect it and park it one side. But then some people will say, well, when I went to Florida the other day, my sister-in-law said, but your phone I listen to you anyway, so it don't make no difference if you want to have
Exactly. And all those new fridges and stuff that they have with all these devices attached to it can do everything for you.
Everything connected.
Mm-hmm. And that is why they're only selling smart TV now, smartphone, smart
Yes.
fridge, smart stove, all of these smart stuff because they can interconnect. And it's the same with the light. Remember, we were talking once about the light, how they will switch out your light, the box.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Use coal stove.
Yeah, but you have to do it outside.
Well, if we go back to primitive living, eh? We have to go back to the primitive way of living.
And it don't have to be very primitive, though.
The original way.
Go ahead, Joseph. Son Joseph.
No, I was saying it's not primitive, it's the original way.
Yeah.
Well, primitive as in olden times.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So what I mean by primitive, the olden way of living, we have to go back to that time because, and you see, in the meantime, they are doing a deliberate, they're doing a deliberate destruction of the supply chain, you know.
Oh, yes.
I hear the truckers now are talking about getting out of the business altogether because the trucking industry mash up. They're not making any money and they have to be waiting and one whole day forget whatever goods they need to get to go where they need to go, and it's just not working out for the truckers. So there is an engineered collapse of a control collapse of the system so that they can usher in this new system. I wonder if you all realize what's happening.
But in addition to that, they're gonna have AI running the trucks, running most of this stuff. So
Yes.
So they're gonna deliberately put people out of business. I was listening to a program about 3-4 years ago. And they interviewed this gentleman and they said that they have a company, and I think it was in Germany. He said at that time they could go full automation, full AI. But they said the blowback, the political blowback they would get from the country would be too much. They have it on pause. So right now it's a good time for them to take steps to bring it in.
And then we, the people, are so dumbed down and stupid that, when I go in a Walmart or any supermarket, and if they have 20 machines there and one cashier, and the line could have long from here to Timbuktu, I'm going in that line because I'm not using the machine.
Me too.
I'm not using the machine.
Yep.
I'd rather go and I don't know why people so we're not thinking enough, because every time you decide
it's fast.
to use
Everybody want to do
the
things
machine,
fast.
you're denying a person their job.
Yep.
We need to boycott those things, but everybody just a fall in line.
Everybody want things fast. Want in and out.
And I prefer to go to somebody because that go faster for me. Because sometimes I go on these machines. Them taking that by the time you learn what to do. It take more time, eh?
Oh my dear. Yep.
What I tell you.
Caitlin, have her hand up.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Good night.
Kaylani.
Good night.
Sorry, I can't see.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't give me those look at one day.
Or Kaylani.
Kaylani.
Okay.
Kaylani.
Yeah. But I don't know if anybody's noticed how with those machines, it never used to take people's images before, but now it takes your image. The Walmart machines. Because I went to one, because there's literally nobody in the cashier, they're short staff. So they're like, let's go to the machine. And there's a camera. And you can see yourself. Yeah.
Wow.
That. I don't know
They're slipping it in little by little.
Yeah.
Them are watching if you're going to cheat them.
So it's a good time for your mask now. Cover everything so they can't see. But that's one of the reasons they did the mask too, so that the cameras can still recognize you with or without it. So they can get used to what you look like with it on, so that they know what you look like without it. Russ, you okay?
Who
They
that?
show the alerting, Ross
And it
Goddess.
give them easier access for your retina scan.
Yes. Put in contact lens. The colorful one.
By right, you know, we're not supposed to, when you wear the mask, you should wear a cap, kind of hide your feet, your eyes then. Because that's, you notice that in the girl video, you saw when the computer picking up it's right here, the pick up, you
Yes.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
So
fish.
all this mask thing where you see them ask you for wear. That's what it's all about, so that they can program right here because the computer can't program the entire face, program the eye section right here. That's why they ask you to use the mask so that the 5G thing when I'm setting up can pick you up. But I guess all of us been wearing the mask, so it's kind of too late now. Them don't have we down already pot
True.
on the system.
Plus our phones, we always have the phones in front of us, so you know that's already taking it too. Has anybody ever noticed that the 5G towers that are all over, are constructed all over the place, that most of them had like a cap over it. It just looked like a big tall white thing. But now I notice different areas they're taking off the top, so now you can see the actual computer sections that will. Right now they're folded down, but they can go open up. I noticed that in my area here that they're taking off a few covering, like they're getting ready for something.
Oh, well, the good thing about me because I live in my population when me live is 18,000 people. So it's a small town I live in. So them filling it out at the big 2 million and 500,000 cities first. So my place too sparse.
Maybe there's still one somewhere you don't know.
Yeah, well, you have one and two down, but trust me, not when you go to the city areas. Every drive you drive, you see them on Plaza, you see them, you name it, you see it there.
Yes, they're putting them on schools and on buildings and hotels and hospitals.
It's mostly most of those things are going to be dominantly in highly populated areas.
Yes.
That's exactly what they're doing first. Maybe eventually they'll reach the country section, but they have to target the greater population, and that is why our next video we're going to talk about growing our own food, because we talk a lot about nationalize and coming out of the Babylon system with the birth certificate and the this and the that, and that is all good and well. But you see, at the end of the day, what is going to save us is that when the supermarkets have no food, you have food because you learn how to grow your own food. When you can't get something to eat from the supermarket, you have your little thing, you raise your chicken, your rabbit, or your vegetarian food, whatever it is, your vegetable, your fruits, etc., etc. You have your own power system. That is very important for us. That is what I call sovereignty or independence. I don't like use the word sovereignty applying to human beings because we as people, we are not sovereign because God alone is sovereign. He's the Almighty. And we're not all powerful, but we can be independent. And that is the word I use rather than sovereignty, because God alone is sovereign. So we must strive for independent living. That's the best thing we can do now to answer what is happening. Yeah, so everybody seem very kind of sedate tonight. Look like people are under sedation. All right. Anybody else have anything to say? All right, so we can move on to the next video. Where's that one now? Let me see. I think it's this. No, that's not that one. I can grow. All right, I'm gonna share another video.
The natural news community, Mike Adams, the health ranger. I did want to tell you a little story about Mike. Okay, so I've known Mike for God, I don't know how long, more than a decade, right? And I'll tell a little story about Mike, and then we're going to get right into the presentation. But I was living in
Everybody hearing?
Yeah.
All right, this one tape a little bad, it double up, but where did I find that video again? All right, let me see if I can find a better copy, because I don't know that these things sometimes act up.
Yeah, close this one off first, though.
Hold on.
Because the other one look like it's running in the back too.
All right.
Empress, are you the one allowing people in?
Elon Musk, great to see you. How are you?
No, it's because my
I don't see anybody asking to come in.
No, you wouldn't see because you got
I have
a video.
to log back out and come back in. That's why I'm asking. So
Oh,
I don't want to be
I will see it when you ask.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I will see it when you ask. I don't want that. I want this.
there. Whoops. Is Jimerson Adkins, and he's the director.
Are you hearing?
Yes.
Okay, good. Make sure the volumes are up.
Director of technical, something or other. I don't know, Jimerson. What? Something.
Director of Technical Operations.
There you go.
And Resident Wizard.
Actually, he's in charge of keeping the internet up, but he's going to be helping me today. And we're going to get started with this presentation. Jimerson, do you still see people signing up, registering, stuff like that? How are we doing? People onboarding?
Yeah, people are. People are coming.
They're piling in. I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
I love to start on time. I am going to stop for just 1 minute since this is mostly the natural news community, Mike Adams, the health ranger. I did want to tell you a little story about Mike. Okay, so I've known Mike for God, I don't know how long, more than a decade, right? And I'll tell a little story about Mike, and then we're going to get right into the presentation. But I was living in Red Rock, Texas, which is a little tiny rural community that is southeast of Austin. And we intentionally chose that little rural area because it's kind of like, even though it's in the middle of Texas, it's kind of like nobody goes there, right? And I was building a resilient community. Homesteaders were coming there, farmers were coming there. We were doing all kinds of events, and the whole thing was preparing for what ultimately would be 2008. And I had a lot of, I called them dog and ponies, people coming to visit to check it out and see what was going on. And Mike came by, Mike and his wife, and we were showing him the stuff we had in place and the rainwater and the food and talking a bit and absolutely about defense. That comes up when you talk to Mike. And I said, where he was just moving to the region. I said, well, where are you thinking of moving to? And he said, oh, well, we've already, we've bought a house on the west side. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry. And he goes, what do you mean? And I said, well, the west side of Austin, I mean, I know it's like a 3-hour drive from here, but it's inland. It's a lot drier. There's almost no soil. There's much less rainfall. You're with the views are beautiful. I mean, that's why there's all these big mansions out there, but there aren't any people with skills. And it's not a very viable region for any kind of collapse scenario. And Mike was like, So anyway, we stay in touch and off and on and over the years. And then he and I get back together to do some interviews. Oh, I think it was the book Food Forensics came out, or some of my summits. And I was like, hey, Mike, can we do a video interview together? And, we were doing some stuff. And he said, yeah, sure. And he said, why don't you, I've got a new studio. Why don't you come out to my studio? And I said, okay, sure. And I said, where is it? And I'm preparing for like to go 3 or 4 hours to get to where he is. And he goes, oh, well, I'm only about 20 minutes from you over in Cedar Creek. That's where the studio is. And I'm like, wow, that's a long way for you to drive to have a studio. Like, that doesn't make any sense. He said, yeah. He said, I moved. You were right. I moved over to these. So there's no soil, there's no water, there's nobody there with skills. That place is not going to be survivable. So anyway, that's why Mike is where he is now. So Super J, let's get on with this. Let's quit the chit chat. I know people are anxious and nervous. We are in a crucial situation. Let's get started with the presentation. I'll get into my own personal backstory later. It's not super important. Let's just get into this, that you can grow food. And we're going to present this in a way, even if you have no experience, you're older, or you're out of shape. Okay. So, first of all, we're going to go over what the problem with the world right now, the major problems that we're facing, and why it absolutely is crucial that you need to grow food if you didn't already know it. So first of all, global crop production has been destroyed by drought, flooding, freezing, bizarre weather. Most of us don't think about global crop production, right? But let's go through a little review of it. Here's just some of the headlines, and we're seeing this in the major media. So this is not some alternative media stuff, although I don't even know what to believe anymore. Shrinking grain supplies, have little hope of replenishment. That 2022 is a complete bullshit number. I'll get to how long this emergency is going to last here in just a few more slides. Global grain crunch, set to get worse. These are the top 10 food-producing countries in the world. So let's look at the whole globe, right? China, United States, Brazil. The reason that the United States and Germany are bolded and the other countries are not is because those are the only two countries that are net exporters of food. So look at the top 10 countries in the world that are producing food, and only two of them are net exporters of food, the United States and Germany. So let's see how well these countries are doing. China. Famine coming. China has been worried about famine for many years. They're struggling to meet their basic food demands. Get this. Now, I'm going to read you this quote because it is freaky. This year alone, China has bought 57.1 million metric tons of corn, soybeans, grain from the United States. And that is up last year from 15.5 million metric tons. So a fourfold increase in food that China is importing from the United States. And then the year before that, they were importing 7 million metric tons. Now, you and I have no idea what a metric ton is. It's friggin' huge. And if you want to talk about mass food hoarding on a ginormous scale, and then also stripping a country bare of all of its resources, we're talking about China buying all of the United States, just all of our excess. So China has a huge problem. They know it, and they're preparing. We're going to get more into why China buying all this food from the United States is causing a whole bunch of other problems. China is trying to tackle the problem with some really interesting things. So they have AI on the trash cans designed to notice when you're wasting food, and then they do something and penalize you. They have a clean plate initiative. I mean, they've been doing this for years. They know there's a famine coming. They are in bad shape. So China, number one world food producer, is not able to feed its own people. Let's take a look at the United States. So we have had a severe drought. In the U.S., in the past couple of years, our production has been way down, mostly due to droughts and flooding, droughts and fire. Here's the map. Right now, I'm recording or broadcasting live from Colorado, and there's smoke all the time here. A lot of us have congestion and a little bit of brain fog because of the smoke so bad for all the fires. And all of those states that are in red, that's our wheat. That's a lot of other grains. Idaho's potatoes. All of California is fruits, vegetables, nuts. All that production is down. And, there's a lot of people. The USDA has been sending letters to farmers saying, please destroy your crops. And I thought, well, this will be fun, right? I'll go into Google, and I put in Google, farmers paid to destroy crops. And then here you can see Google is vehemently denying it, which means it's probably true, right? And you know, that one on the right with Abraham Lincoln and that kind of crazy quote, whenever they have that up there, like, they got to change their memes. They keep using that over and over again when they're trying to deny something. So it's almost whenever you see the Abraham Lincoln quote, you can know that they're trying to cover something up. Anyway, there's a lot of really a lot of indication that they're paying farmers to destroy crops here in the U.S. in areas that are not being so hard hit by drought. All right, let's look at Brazil. Okay. Ravaged by COVID, Brazil faces a hunger epidemic. Thousands of people, millions of people facing hunger, dying, starvation, quite frankly, right now. Okay, what about India? India's always had a hard time. The crisis there is even forcing the middle-class Indians to line up at food banks and soup kitchens. No, it's not going so well in India. What about Russia? Actually, if there's a tiny bright spot in this, first of all, Russia has never been food self-reliant, and I don't have the latest data for 19 and 20, and I believe they have just broached where they are food self-reliant, that they produce enough food for their people. But check this out, they are not going. They have just created. They keep creating more and more export restrictions, so they are not letting any of the food that they're producing get out of their country's boundaries. They're trying to save their food for their people. And that's becoming a greater and greater theme. Like Vietnam has recently said, no, we're not going to export any rice, or any countries that do have exports of any kind are cutting back because they all know what's going to happen. Okay, so that any one of these three, by the way, could totally destroy your ability to have dinner at night. Let's go into the second one, which is the supply chain disruptions. That means that food can't be delivered. The chip crisis, we've all heard about it. Some ways that affect us is that, you know, the tractors and farm equipment is all computerized now. And if the tractor breaks down, there's no replacement parts. And, you know, that takes a hit, right? There's all kinds of supply chain disruptions all throughout the news. They're happening. And then I told you I'd get back to China. A big part of the supply chain disruption is all of the food that China is importing is in all the shipping containers, and it's backlogged at all of their ports, right? So there's just like, you know, it takes months to get a shipload of like however many containers that is, 100 containers unloaded with the corn. And all of the containers and all of the corn and soy and everything is in China. I'm actually trying to do a move personally, and it's almost impossible to get a 20-foot shipping container. The prices of those have gone skyrocketed. The flip side of that is the United States does import some fertilizers from China, phosphates, I believe, in particular. And I was recently reading a report where normally, you know, a shipment of phosphates would take about 3 weeks to go from the docks in China to get to the U.S. And these guys were waiting. It's been 8 months now, and they're not sure if they're going to get it. So there's another impediment to producing food is the fertilizers. So, you know, the shipping, you know, even in our small business here with the Grow Network, we can't get, we're having a real hard time getting plastic bags. I mean, crazy, you know, delays and everything. And usually when we get something in and we sell it, it sells out immediately because people know stuff is disappearing fast. In the Grow Network forums, we have this fun thread. 8 pages, actually there's more than that now. I think we're up to 10 pages where people are just reporting the different shortages that they're seeing locally in their areas. It's really fascinating, the incredible breakdowns that are happening all over the place. This is boots on the ground information from rural people. And the third one, and I only have one chart to talk to you about this, inflation and hyperinflation means we won't be able to afford food. And here's the one chart. This is the M1 money supply. This is directly from the Federal Reserve. God, we are going to be in a world of hurt. Your dollar is like getting worth less and less by the moment, right? By the moment your dollar is devaluing. So I also want to bring up this one. The United Nations is not prone to clickbait, and they're not prone to sensational headlines. And if you haven't figured it out from now that we're going to be facing some severe hard times, the UN is saying that we're looking at a famine of biblical proportions. None of us have really ever lived through a famine before. Everything I've read from historical, but this happens, and we need to get prepared. Now, how long will this last, right? So you're saying, okay, Marjorie, I get it. Supply chain's breaking down, inflation. A lot of Mormons all have a year's food supply tucked under a bed. 2 years, will that do it? I mean, that really would only cost a couple of $1,000s to buy enough grains and greens, right? Well, I never used to pay attention to these simulations that various entities would do, like, Event 201 in 2019 that talked about a global pandemic, and like pretty much everything we've experienced was completely laid out lockstep, even up to the point of the vaccine riots that we're starting to see now. So I've started paying more and more attention to these simulations that are done. And in 2015, Cargill, which you may not have ever heard of them, but they are the world's largest privately held company, and they have their finger in, they basically control the world's food supply. They have their finger in every aspect of food production, processing, transportation, everything. And in 2015, they did one of these simulations with 65 of these world leaders. They all got together and they said, what would happen if in 2020 something happened and food prices started to go up by about 40%, and then we had all this really bad weather and every country was affected and all their food production was down. It was either droughts or flooding or freezing. And what would happen, right? So bingo. So I think we are living through this scenario just as we are living through Event 201. And the bottom line of the food chain reaction simulation was that in the first year, the food prices would rise 40% above baseline. And I'll get to what baseline means in a minute here. And in the second and third years, it would rise 400% above baseline. It would continue to rise through the rest of the decade. Now, this simulation did not include the inflation and hyperinflation aspects. But here we are. The baseline, by the way, the UN FAO has a food price index, which is, I believe, more honest. Certainly the consumer price index is a total joke, right? Anybody who believes that is totally kidding themselves. The baseline, the UN FAO food price index, I believe, has some integrity to it, although we're still questioning it. But woe and behold, within the last 12 months, we have gone up 40% in food prices. So we are, right, following the script that was outlined in that food chain reaction scenario that was done back in 2015. By the way, that website has gone down. You can still find some YouTube videos about it. It was a big media thing, but they took down the main website. I would love to get access to the notes and documents. That is probably not going to be made, probably was never made public, because when food disappears, people start rioting and wars and all kinds of violence and all kinds of death in unpleasant ways. The bottom line is you're not going to be able to store enough food to get through this. It's going to be at least a decade. This is a picture of a grocery store in Mexico. This happened in 2020, and they completely, vandalized this thing, took all the food. What's really important about this is a social media post that says you can't leave us without food, and they were encouraging looting. So this is the kind of thing we're going to be looking at. And you've experienced it already, right? In toilet paper. Like, I don't know why people are stocking up on toilet paper, but this is a Target store in, I think, April of 2020. And you've seen this, you've experienced this, where everything can completely disappear. And that is what is coming to you in terms of food. So that's what we need to deal with. But let's all take a deep breath. And we're going to get now to the part of the solution. And working on a problem totally reduces the fear of it. And what I have to say is the great saving grace in this whole thing is that you still can produce your own food. You can make your own medicine. You can do it in your backyard. You can do it with your hands. You don't need a military, industrial, governmental complex to feed you. And these are skills your great grandparents, you throughout history, people did this, right? And they didn't have Google. You could do it too. Okay, how much time will it take? What can you produce? And how much space it will take? Let's get down into the nuts and bolts of what's going to be most efficient and fastest. So the short answer is, and I'll get into showing you exactly how you can do this, is you can grow half. This is a realistic expectation for a beginner. You can grow half of your own food in a backyard-sized space in less than an hour a day. Now, isn't that great news? I mean, really, half of your own food is a huge amount. And actually, as your skills and systems and soils improve, you'll be able to ramp that up. But isn't that an incredible relief? You can do a tremendous amount in a very short period of time. By the way, that will be the best hour of your day. I can tell you from experience. Okay, the most efficient, most productive, fastest and easiest thing to get going and get setting up is going to be egg production. And that's going to be a backyard flock of laying hens. And here I've laid out what you need for that. So you need 6 laying hens. The rooster is optional. I'll talk a little bit more about roosters. You definitely need a predator-safe coop and run. You're going to need some feeding and possible fencing for yard access, and then definitely watering systems. One laying hen, it's unbelievable. They lay about 250 eggs a year. A decent laying hen. Look at that. I didn't count all those. I don't know if those are 250 or not. A lot of eggs. Huge amount of eggs from one hen. And a backyard flock of 6 hens is going to produce about 1,500 eggs in a year. If you think about that, that's going to be 3 egg omelets for you for breakfast every morning for the whole year, and then about 33 dozen other eggs for you to barter, trade, or give away, or use in other things. That's a lot. One medium egg is about 63 calories. 1,500 eggs. So we're talking about 94,500 calories that a backyard flock of 6 laying hens can produce for you. If you're eating, this is a really huge amount of food, right? I know the calorie is considered normally a bad thing in our times right now. That's about to change. The calorie is about to be the unit of currency. You do not need a rooster. I happen to have always lived in places where roosters are not only acceptable, but they're kind of part of the thing. And having a rooster will not give you away. In fact, everybody has roosters. But if you live in an area without roosters, you don't want one. They make noise and they're dead giveaway weapons. The hens will lay eggs without roosters just fine. By the way, whenever you see an illustration here, this is from, I wrote a book called The Grow System. I'll talk more about the book later on. And we had to get this book written and published so fast. They said, look, instead of doing photographs, let's do all these illustrations. And I will also talk about some of the other layers of where you can go with food production. But this is my rooster, Buddy, and we had such an amazing relationship. There's a really wonderful story about Buddy and I in the book. But you don't need a rooster. But if you can get one, they really do help out. And I'll talk about that just in a second. Why 6 hens? So other than the fact that 1,500 eggs a year is a good amount for 2 people or even 4 people, the other thing is they're flocking creatures and they depend on each other for security. So hens, when they're down, they're going to be down on the ground. They're going to be pecking on the ground. And if you'll watch a flock of hens or flock of chickens, one of them is always up looking around, being very careful for predators. And then the other ones will be down pecking and eating, scratching. And if you think about it, hens have to eat a lot. They're making an egg a day almost, right? That's why a rooster, if you can have one, is good. And even though they're physically bigger, they eat less, and they will spend way more proportionate time looking around so that way the hens can eat. And it helps your hens be stronger. Plus, he's definitely a defender. But if you don't have a rooster, then one of the hens will do it, and they rotate that duty off. And just like you and your own security, you're going to need a group, right? And a larger size group, you proportionally are going to spend less time on security. But if you have like 2 hens, it's like 50-50. They got to be kind of watching out. And if you have one hen, probably psychopathically cruel for one hen, because when she's down eating, she's like, nobody's looking out after her. So 6 hens is a very good number, especially to start out with. It's a good amount of birds, get a good amount of production, but not overwhelming. Do not raise your flock of hens from baby chicks. It's so much fun. I've done it with my kids. Wonderful homeschooling project, but it takes 5 or 6 months. Hens start laying at 5 or 6 months of age, so you'll have to wait. You don't have 5 or 6 months to wait for your egg production right now. You need production right now. Also, raising chicks is a different skill set, and it requires different equipment from just having laying hens in your backyard. So do not raise, go to Craigslist, go to a feed store, buy your hens already at about 5 or 6 months old, buy laying hens. How much space you're going to need from these guys? And really, it's only about the size of a parking spot, right? You're going to need a coop that's closed in. And then you're going to need a run that gives them some time outside to scratch and peck. This particular design is perfectly suited for 6 hens. You could put about 8 in there, but you really don't want to overcrowd them. It's 8 feet by 16 feet. It's 126 square feet. That's not much space at all. On the left there is in the northern climates, you're going to want to insulate that more heavily. If you can place this coop and run underneath a deciduous tree, that's a tree that loses its leaves in the wintertime. Regardless if you're in the north or the south, that's going to be the best location, because then during the summer it's shaded, nice and cool, and in the winter it gets sunshine, keeps it nice and warm. So, by the way, this drawing and all the details are also in the book. We are. Let me go back to that. I am trying to get this drawn up and available for free. We just don't have it ready yet. We're working to make that available. I want to let you know you are going to lose chickens. Actually, you're going to kill a lot of things. So just get over that right now. It's a nature of learning a new skill. The other thing is those predators have all night, every night, to find holes in your coop design, and they will. Or those bunnies or whatever it is that you have are going to find a way to get out, and you're going to have to fix that. By the way, different predators kill in different ways. For example, like possums just like to eat the heads of the chicken and they leave the rest of the chicken behind. If you find that in the morning, the rest of that bird is probably just fine. I mean, you can eat that. You just process that bird right there and you won't lose the meat at least. But you will lose chickens. It's going to happen. You're going to accidentally kill things. I can't tell you how many things I've killed, really out of ignorance. I just didn't know. And I can't tell you how many people who have started this backyard farming, backyard homesteading, and then they killed something, they feel terrible. Yeah, you should feel terrible, but don't let it stop you. Just learn from it and then start over and get going again. So just know ahead of time, bad things are going to happen. You can fix it, move on, and improve. So feeding chickens. So definitely just buy chicken feed from the start. It's still available. It's still fairly cheap. Just buy that. That's one less thing you're going to have to figure out or learn right now, right? You've got so much to learn and so much to integrate. I know we gave you that free video on how to come up with all your free chicken feed. Don't start with that. Start with store-bought feed just to make your life easier. You've got to build the coop, get the hens, get them adapted. You've got a lot to learn. So make it easy on yourself and just buy some chicken feed. My preference is for the non-GMO, non-soy feed, because generally that is grown in organic practices. Organic feed is kind of pricey. And honestly, that USDA organic label is not worth it, in my humble opinion. If I were you, I'd avoid the GMO feed, but if that's what you got to do, you got to do. But definitely start with feed, and then get to, you can definitely find ways to feed your chickens for free and raise all kinds of things. That's another layer. You'll definitely get to that. But in the beginning, just buy it and get started. Watering systems. So you always want to have redundant watering systems, at least 2. They're very simple to construct. Almost all of them, we have some very simple plans and weekend projects for how to construct a watering system out of a bucket. There are float valves in the back of every toilet. If you don't just go buy one, so these are very simple to make. here's a photo of me with, and I've kept chickens. There's like a zillion different ways to keep chickens. At this point in my life, I had a free range flock. I do not recommend starting out with a free range flock. Do the coop and run because it's controlled, it's confined, yet it's big enough the hens will be comfortable. You'll have a lot more control and you'll be much more successful. But in this picture, I did have a free range flock. So this one chicken, you can see it's drinking from this trough. That trough is connected to the 55-gallon drum behind me, which is full of water. And you can see I just built a crude little stand, so it's gravity fed. There's no electricity or anything here. And then you might notice over to the right of the picture, to the right, let me get my thing up. To the right of the picture, this thing somehow got bumped. Let's see if it goes back to it. There you go. In the right of the picture, you'll see a white 5-gallon bucket on a milk crate, and then way off to the right is like a 4-inch piece of PVC that I've cut out, and that is a redundant system. That's a 5-gallon bucket version of the same thing. And again, there's a little float valve in there. By the way, if you'll notice behind me is a metal garbage can. When you're storing your feed, I really recommend you store it in metal garbage cans like that. Had a real fun experience one time. I had collected a whole bunch of mesquite beans. I mean, this huge 55-gallon bag full of mesquite beans, and I was going to make this mesquite bean syrup out of it and stuff. It's mesquite trees grow in the Southwest. It's a great calorie crop for the Southwest. And you know how projects are. Didn't quite get around to it for a while. And then the next thing you know, we had an explosion of population of, they were actually Norway roof rats in the barn. Like you'd walk in the barn and you'd hear this, these rats scurrying everywhere. Store your feed properly so that way you have it. By the way, I did get very good at trapping rats with a figure 4, and since they'd been eating these mesquite beans, rats are actually pretty good eating. I wouldn't eat one from New York City, but they were up in my barn eating I know what their food source was. That's another topic. Probably not something you want to get into, but anyway, this is what eggs look like. Hard-boiled eggs, deviled eggs, quiche. The eggs on top of greens are my breakfast most mornings. You can have fresh greens pretty much any time of year, anywhere. And then your hens are going to be laying most of the year. They do slow down in the wintertime, or if you're the South and it's too hot, they do slow down during periods of the year. But for most of the year, and that's a super healthy breakfast. A couple of fresh eggs on some greens, a little bit of butter. Yum. Okay, so you got your eggs going, right? That is really, you can build that coop, you can get those hens, get the feed, get the water, boom. It take a few days for a week to the hens to adjust again and start laying, and bam, you can be having a significant amount of food production happening right away. Now, when the timing is right, start a garden. And most people all think of food production, they're like, Marjorie, gardening. I'm like, actually, gardening is not the best food production system ever. But I do recommend you get one because you really need to have a multiple source. Let's go into some gardens and talk about it. I recommend that you start with 2 raised beds, 50 square foot each, and buy the best quality soil you can find. Again, here's a drawing from the book. This shows you to scale what 2 50 square foot beds look like. I love to use cinder blocks. You can use all kinds of materials. Basically, they're like, 5 feet wide by 10 or 12 feet long. You got about 50 square feet of growing space in each one of those. This is the actual garden. This I actually just took a shot a few days ago here in I've got a home in Colorado, and that's what it looks like in practical implementation in a yard. And here in Colorado, which really only has one growing season for a couple of years now, believe me, those 2 50 square foot beds have grown all the produce that I have needed. I freeze, canned, fermented, dried, and ended up giving away a bunch. And two 50 square foot beds is plenty for one person.
Kathy,
If you have more
please.
people, of course you do. But I would recommend you start small. Ouch, something bit me. I'd recommend you start small, because you start real big, you're going to get overwhelmed, and it's going to be hard. So start with this, and then next time that you can grow, add 2 more, right? By the way, I recommend raised beds because you put your soil in there. Get the highest quality soil you can. It's confined. It's not mixed up with the rest of your garden. And that's your growing soil. Soil is so important. And sitting on those cinder blocks, it makes this form of garden accessible to those who can't stand up for long or can't get up and down easy. You can sit on those cinder blocks and reach in and harvest or weed or do whatever you need to do. It's a very gentle form. I love to sit on those cinder blocks at the end of a long day and, quite frankly, smoke a bowl, to be honest with you. Some time understanding about the garden. The garden on average will really only take you 10 or 15 minutes a day on average, but that's on average. 40% of your effort is going to be in the beginning with the planting, the bed prep, and the planting. It really doesn't take that much for the maintenance of the watering and weeding and tending. Most people are very surprised at how much time it takes to harvest. It really does take a lot of time to harvest. You got all those tomatoes to gather, pull up the carrots, wash the carrots, cut the tops off. There's an astonishing amount to do with harvesting, which is actually the funnest part too. But I don't know how many people that have started gardens and they had beautiful gardens and they never got around to harvesting because they just didn't prepare in their mind mentally for the time it would take to harvest. By the way, the harvest is the best time to bring the kids in. So that's a great time to do it. Great soil is the secret to a green thumb. And I'll iterate again. The reason I recommend raised beds gardens is that way you've got your soil in that spot. That's where it is. You know that that's your really good soil and you take care of it. Oh gosh, I could spend days talking about soil, but having good soil is super important. You're going to definitely need to make compost to keep your soil fertility up. So let's talk a little bit about what you can realistically produce in a 100 square foot garden. So the biggest and most the most calorically dense food you can produce in a garden are going to be potatoes. And in a 100 square foot garden, you can produce about 100 pounds of potatoes. That has about 51,000 calories in it. This is me in front of 100 pounds of potatoes. And what I'm holding in my hands there is 1 pound of potatoes. And actually, for me, that would be 2 servings. So 100 pounds of potatoes in my mind is 200 servings of potatoes. So that's, a serving of potatoes for almost every other meal, right? Or, every other day, right? That's a significant amount of food right there out of a 100 square foot bed. Green beans in 4 months, 7,200 calories. This is just to give you some sense of what the caloric density is. Tomatoes, 8,200 calories. By the way, in 100 square feet, you can grow enough tomatoes to make 33 pints of really thick tomato sauce. Ooh, and I don't mean that thin, runny, tasteless grocery store crap. I'm talking about really good tomato sauce. Okay, you can grow in 3 months squash. Oh my God, don't grow 100 square feet of squash. You'll be giving away so much squash. People are hating. We have a thing with gardeners joke about how we'll put a bag of squash on somebody's front door, ring the bell, and then run because we have so much squash. This is a zucchini. It hid from me. It was hiding. And I check the garden every day, every other day. Honestly, that thing hid from me. You know what? Even as big as that guy was, that thing was still delicious and flavorful. It was not tough. I ended up eating most of that thing. It was pretty fun. It's a version of the potato gun. It's called the zucchini gun. Carrots. Getting a little more caloric density in 4 months, 17,600 calories. By the way, these numbers that I'm giving you are for beginners. And as your skills develop, you'll be able to double or triple in it. In some cases, grow 5 times as much or even 10 times as much food in the same space. You're going to always need to keep applying more compost and fertility to keep up with that kind of production. But it is astonishing what people are doing in very small spaces in backyard gardens.
I grew strawberries for the kids. Definitely more of a fun food than a caloric one. It takes a long time, less calories, but you have never eaten strawberries until you've grown your own. I grew up in the South. Sweet potatoes are probably the second most calorically dense food, and they're really good for Southern gardens. You can also eat the greens on sweet potatoes. Do not eat the greens on the potatoes. So you get about 33,500 calories from 100 square feet, and that happens in 4 months. You can grow those over the summer in the heat too, which is a great thing. I can't help it. I love sweet potato fries. Okay, so realistically, from a 100 square foot garden in 2 growing seasons, anywhere from 20,000 to 60,000 calories. So as I said, it's not the most calorically dense food system, but it's definitely you want to have. You want to have because you need diversity. You need all the colors of the rainbow for your nutrition. A garden is an awesome thing. Now I'm going to go into the best source of backyard calories and nutrition next, and this is the one that's going to give you the most calories per square inch, and that is going to be a rabbitry. 4 breeders, a buck, and 3 does. A doe, approximately 8 babies per kindle. A kindle is like a litter. They can do a lot more. They can be bred 3 to 4 times a year. 3 does can produce more than 75 rabbits a year. Really, actually, usually a lot more. I'm going on conservatively low numbers on that. I harvest them at 5 months. I think the ideal age is somewhere around 3.5 to 4 months. But I procrastinate on butchering. Wonder why? No. Harvest weight's going to be about 7 pounds. You get about a 50% meat to carcass ratio, so you're going to get about 3.5 pounds of meat, plus the organs, the bones, and the hides. You want to put in each breeder in their own space, which is going to have approximately 10 to 12 square feet a piece. I did this one for a long time. This is 2.5 feet by 20 feet long, and each breeder had, approximately 12 square feet each to grow. So the buck and then each of the does had their own segment in that. Once the babies are weaned, we move them to what we call tractors. This 3 foot by 8 foot size is really an ideal size. It's easy to move around for women and children. This is the ultimate weed and feed. Your baby rabbits are going to eat a lot of your greens on the grass. They'll also fertilize your grass. Your lawn will become amazing. But I would say about 3 tractors. They're each 24 square feet, so it's not much space that you're going to need for these guys. So a total of 72 square feet just to be having these tractors moving around your yard. So between the 4 breeders, which is 50 square feet, and the 3 tractors, you're really only looking again at about the size of a parking lot, right? 122 square feet. So you're not talking about a lot of room. 1 rabbit, 1 pound of rabbit meat is about 893 calories. 75 rabbits with 3.5 pounds each is going to be 234,413 calories. So there's a lot of food in these rabbits. Again, as like the chickens, I really recommend you start out, just buy high quality rabbit pellets for feed. It's easier for a beginning. You've got a lot to learn, but it is also really easy to, they're herbivores, and it's really easy to come up with all the food for the rabbits. They love your garden weeds, your landscape trimmings. In the winter, when you prune your fruit trees, they love to chew on that bark. It's really easy to eventually be able to feed them without buying anything. But again, in the beginning, make your life simple. Buy that rabbit feed. You've got so much else to learn. Have the food production part for your animals come later, especially now while we still have rabbit feed available. Use the resources that we have available. Make it easy to get started. I want to talk a little bit more. Your health, your life actually depends on backyard food production. Really, you needed to have been growing your own food for the last couple of decades. Here's why. This is a chart of nutrition versus disease, and you can see that the nutrition has been plummeting for the last decades, And at the same time, we've been applying more fertilizers, pesticides, but also heart disease, cancer, diabetes, everything skyrocketing. That is absolutely correlated, right? There's no nutrition in the commercial food supply. People used to talk about, well, I'll be a perimeter food shopper. I'm like, that bullshit. There's nothing even in the perimeter. You've got to be growing your own food if you want nutrition. By the way, the organ meats, the liver, the kidneys, and the hearts, and the bones of the rabbits, super nutritious. And you might not be thrilled about eating liver, but let me give you this. Ounce for ounce, the liver is the most nutritionally dense food that you'll create in your backyard. Check out all of this. Protein, vitamin A, all the B vitamins, which are hard to get if you're a vegetarian. Iron in a highly usable form, all kinds of trace elements, and then CoQ10, so good for the cardiovascular system. Never eat the organs of a commercial food supply animal, because those organs do accumulate toxins. Now, if you're growing them in your backyard, you know everything that animal ate, and you know it's clean, but don't ever eat it from a commercial food supply. Another bonus, make bone broths. Collagen and bone broth, it's all the rage now. Very simple to make your own. Simmer the bones, throw in some eggshells in there, and you get calcium, magnesium, phosphorus. By the way, bone broth is the basis of almost all the recipes for gourmet food. I mean, that is what really makes soups and stews delicious. Every single one of your chicken recipes, you can use rabbit for. So you can roast it, you can fry it, stir fry it, put it out on the grill. It's basically interchangeable. There are many times when I fed people rabbit and I forgot to tell them, and they just assumed it was chicken. So here's this 3-component system. So the eggs, the garden, I just assumed 38,000. The rabbits, that's greater than 365,000 calories. If you're assuming a 2,000 calorie a day diet, this is half, right? Just these 3 components. You could do this very, very easily. By the way, no refrigeration needed, because you're just going to pick those garden vegetable fresh. Eggs do not need to be refrigerated. They'll be fine, actually, even for up to a couple of weeks. And if you're going to have more, you can pickle them. And the rabbits, they're great. They're small packets. You just butcher it and, cook it and eat it. I mean, really, it only takes me about 15 minutes from beginning to clean up for butchering a rabbit. And, you can eat it right away. And my family eats all of it. By the way, I've taught this system and we've implemented this system. Kids operate this. Again, with elders, this is Bonnie. Really bad back. So here we're talking about different tools that she can use where she doesn't have to bend over. She really loved the raised cinder block gardens, helped her so much. I've implemented this system with everybody across every spectrum. And we've now, with all the videos we have had out, there's really actually hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who have seen the videos and understand the system. I know in the Grow Network, we have tens of thousands of people who have implemented it. So there are many, many, many ways to produce food, right? So what I've been going through here are the top 3 that I've, over the years of working with beginners, these are the 3 that are easiest for beginners to implement. So start out with a flock of laying hens, get a raised bed garden, and then a rabbitry. It's the fastest, highest production methods for a beginner. And so here's the plan right now. It's not a good time in the Northern Hemisphere to start a garden, so start your flock of laying hens. During the winter, they're not going to produce that much, but they will produce, and you will have gotten it started. When the season is right, start your garden. If you're in the Southern Hemisphere, it's probably a good time now. And then you can start the rabbitry at any time. I really recommend people get 1 or 2 of the other components going first, because the thought of butchering is daunting for beginners. So you might want to start that later. If you're a hunter or a fisherman, then you're probably good, and you can start that at any time. After you've got those 3 down, then the fun really begins. You got beekeeping, which gets you honey and mushrooms. By the way, the culinary types grow just the same as the psychedelic. Just saying. Cannabis, great trade item. Chill out. We all need to chill out. God, it's getting crazy out there, isn't it? Goats, cabrito, ducks, you got eggs and meat, Peking duck, oh, yummy, yummy. Greenhouses, there's just all kinds of foraging, which is wild free foods. There are so many ways to get food and to grow food. And there's lots of incredible ways. You can absolutely do this. You'll find your niche. But again, I recommend one or of the start with the first three to get those basics down to really start producing some calories and nutrition right away. It's just beautiful what you can be producing. It's incredible. Actually, I almost never go out to eat at a restaurant anymore, as the food it's just no good, because I'm so used to eating really high calorically dense food. By the way, when you start eating high calorically, high nutritionally dense food, you will find you don't need to eat as much. That big old plate of French fries and whatever they give you at whatever store you went to, they're just trying to fill you up. There's no nutrition in it. And so when you're eating real food like this, you'll eat a lot less of it. Growing food also builds community. It's crazy. And here are some of the other benefits. Healing on so many levels. So physical, the deep nutrition, that gentle exercise, the sunlight, the fresh air, that will heal your body. The mental, I am not kidding about this, but people who grow their own food and eat their own food score higher on intelligence tests. They've done tons and tons of studies, mostly on children, grade school children, where, the pitiful excuse for a lunch that they give the kids, they tested those kids for intelligence. Nothing compared to the scoring of the kids that were fed really high quality, fresh foods. If you want your kids to be smart, grow food and feed them high quality food. The emotional healing is incredible. You don't have to worry about what you're going to feed your kids, whether they're going to go hungry or supply chain. You just don't need to worry about all the chaos that's going on in the world right now. And then the spiritual level, which is one that, again, this is not something you're probably going to get into it for right now, but you are working directly with the forces of creation. You're working with the soil. You're working with life energy. And all I can tell you is that incredible, magical, and mystical things start to happen as you get into this. And your whole life will change. I know that almost everybody here is getting into this because they're out of fear and panic. And I'll get into my story in a little bit because that's how I started. But I will tell you, it's unbelievably transformative, unbelievably healing, and this is absolutely, the best thing that you'll ever do in your life. It's incredible. It's so simple and so humble, like growing food, right? Amazing. Okay, so we are coming up to the most popular part of the class, and that's going to be the live Q&A section. And Jimerson's going to hop back in here in a minute and help me field questions. So I'm going to give you a minute to enter your questions. Jimerson will be monitoring the flow. We've got this thing set up to where if you put in the chat, type in your question, they all get assembled to wherever Jimerson is. And while I'm giving you a minute to get your questions in there, and he'll sort and kind of pick out the ones that seem to be coming up the most. I promised to tell you a little short story about how I got into this. And just real quick, while you're getting your questions typed in there. So I did not grow up with a hippie family on a commune, nor did my parents grow food. My first degree is in electrical engineering. I was an expat in Asia for I lived there 7 years, I traveled there about 10 years. And while I was there, I met a man named Robert Kiyosaki long before he became famous for the series he created, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. When I was a student of his, I was really interested in money. And eventually I moved back to the United States and created a very successful real estate investment business based on his principles. And we had set that up and we were running it. And I started to volunteer on a project to get locally grown food into the local school system. And we were so excited. This project was going to be such a slam dunk. And it actually ended up being a huge failure. And it wasn't, there was tons of grant money, federal, state grant money, tons of support for it. The parents wanted it, teachers wanted it, everybody wanted it, school system wanted it. And as I said, there's reams of studies that show kids score higher on intelligence tests, they're better behaved. The thing that caused the whole thing to fall apart, and we had just moved out to Red Rock, which is outside of Austin. There weren't any local farmers to provide the food. And I'm like, what? What? You know, like, what? Our food travels to us like 1,200 miles on average, or 1,400 miles, and it's all trucked in, and there's no locally grown food. And then all of a sudden that drive from Austin to Red Rock, which is about an hour, suddenly made sense. I mean, there's no tanned men on tractors out in fields out there. There's no big silos of grain. There's no row crops. It was all just, you know, forest, or a new subdivision going in, or a new Dollar General. And I'm like, oh my God, you know, all those concerts that Willie Nelson had to save the family farm didn't work. And I knew 4 days worth of food supply in the grocery store. You've seen what happens when social media gets out and people decide that they have a right to food. They destroy it and it's gone, and you aren't going to get any. And so, and I knew from the real estate business, I was actually in the process of folding that up, because I had realized I actually foresaw what would happen in 2008 ahead of time. And I was folding up my business because I understood the connection and relationships in the world with how all the economy was set to collapse. And I thought, oh my God, I have really got to learn how to grow food. And so I was in total panic mode. I completely freaked out. I had panic attacks, sweats. When I first realized this, I was shaking for hours. And, you know, for quite a few years, it was terrible. I lost friendships. My health deteriorated. You know, it was terrible because I could see the potential for what could happen. Well, that's actually what's happening right now, right? And so I went with a vengeance to learn everything I could about growing food, taking gardening classes, permaculture classes, orchard classes, running around with barefoot crazies in the national forest because they know how to grow. They are not, you know, starving. You know, how do you do it? Reading all kinds of historical texts. And anyway, I ended up creating the Grow Network. And we've ended up creating a whole bunch of things. We figured out, I started teaching people, we started figuring out what is the fastest way to take somebody who knows absolutely nothing and get them up to speed where they're producing a significant amount of food. How do we create courses that take somebody, give you bite-sized chunks so you can do this step by step by step and be able to really, you know, start producing a lot of food in a grid down situation very quickly. And so let's see here. And you know what, I've got an offer for you if you're interested. I wrote a book called The Grow System, The Essential Guide to Modern Self-Sufficiency. And in the book, I go through a lot of what we've already gone through here. It's a 3-part system. It goes more in depth on the garden, the rabbits, and the chickens, and exactly how to set that up. It also goes more into home medicine on how to treat the 12 most common ailments that come up in a family. It's a physical book. 288 pages that we'll deliver to your door. Then we've also created online the Grow Network Academy. We now have 23 certifications. And of course, we have the basic 3, which is going to be the chickens and the gardens and the rabbits. But then we have all the other things, the goats, the mushrooms, the cannabis, greenhouses, making herbal medicine, using herbal medicine, foraging, botany. And so, you know, so what we're offering as a webinar package here is, oh, by the way, we also have a very active and engaged forums. So I've been doing this for more than a decade now, and just have a great group of people that have realized the same thing. We all hang out together in the forums, and you can ask any question you want within a very, very short time, often a matter of minutes. You'll get answers from real experienced homesteaders Like, you can ask anything, like, how often do I collect eggs, or what's this bug on my plant? And they'll get back to you, and I'll get back to you. I'm in there all the time. You can just do @MarjorieWildcraft, and I will respond to you. I'm in the forums all the time. So we've got a webinar package, which is the Academy access for a year with all 23 certifications. Almost everything in that, by the way, is fully downloadable. We have a whole library with hundreds of ebooks and videos. Ooh, I see a typo there. It's not ebooks. Okay, fix that for next time. Then the Grow System book, which is a 288-page book, we will have shipped and delivered to your door. This is a $1,225 package. You won't pay that much. We're only asking $300 for your, the webinar participants today. So, you can get this information, go out to YouTube, spend whatever amount of time you want. This is what I'm offering. I've put it together. I've spent years figuring out what is going to be the fastest way to get somebody in this kind of a crisis situation producing food, and how do we make it into bite-sized chunks that you can implement easily. But regardless of how you do it, go start growing food. And if you want to see that sales page with the webinar, there you go, 123growfood.com. I see Jimerson's got a thing out there. And so, whoops. So Jimerson, let's go to the live Q&A, and let's handle some questions.
Okay, Janko people, I think I'm gonna pause it there because it's kind of long. I tried to widen back this screen.
All right, I was
Forrest.
All right, so let's see, are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, nice. So what y'all think about that? Did you find it enlightening? And the enlightened ones? Were you enlightened?
Yes.
Okay, so you say we can grow our own food in our backyard. We don't have to depend on the system at all times. And you see that potato thing that she talks about. I tell you, man, I am a living witness. I could not believe that I have a tiny backyard, and I could not believe that I was able to grow about some potato last year, and I could not believe the few little potato that I planted and the amount that I was able to dig up in my backyard. I was saying, what? We don't have to worry about these things, because I mean, come on, if you just need some good soil right in your backyard, you can make it some container, any container that can hold dirt, and bore some hole in the bottom. You go and clear. So
not only a backyard, really.
Eh?
Not only a backyard, planters too. I have a long planter that I put at the front.
Mm-hmm.
And for years, I've been putting this plant because I thought it was just decoration.
Uh-huh.
Only to find out it was the Canadian sweet potato. When my lawn care person said, "Oh, your potatoes are ready," and I said, "What potatoes? They're not potatoes. They're just designed." He said, "No, they're potatoes." And he'd dig it up and show me how much potato was down in there. And for years, I was leaving them out in the winter, because I figure, nothing else to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Those small little potato plants, you can get them for $1 something at this grocery stores, food store, wherever that sell plants.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get a lot of potatoes out of it, sweet potato.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and so I did the carrots, and then I bought up a lot of seeds this year too. So as soon as the weather get good, I'll be back in my little backyard farming, because unfortunately I have a tiny backyard, very tiny, so I can't do much. But I'm gonna do what I can. Because this thing is getting serious. It's no joke,
Mm-hmm.
It is no joke. When you hear these guys when you hear the president of the United States come out and say it, you don't play around, and they're telling and warning everybody that they're going to be starvation and food shortage on a grand scale, and we're seeing it, we're hearing it from the truckers. So it's no joke. So I'm glad for this program that helps to enlighten us about what. So nobody can say they weren't prepared and they weren't warned.
It's going to cause a lot of war too, because people are going to be those who don't like to farm or do things themselves, like think they're privileged. They'll try to steal from those who have.
Well,
Go in
exactly.
the backyards and everything. A lot of stealing and stuff's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what's going to happen and that is why the next thing you need one little pipe for defend the food. Get one of them.
Or a machete.
Yeah, she may have my own, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Buy one at the Jamaican store. See, nice, yeah. Right on
Aye.
the bedside. Try something with me now.
Hey, with a fire, we can try anything now.
Yeah, me not hurt nobody still, but then, but seriously, the the engineered catastrophe that we're going through right now, it's just mind-boggling that it's come like it's not it didn't happen it's not happening by happenstance or by accident. It's really a planned and it's being engineered because they start get the ball rolling with the COVID problem, and from the COVID thing, it has just been a downhill. Everything has just been just in topsy-turvy in this world, and I don't think we'll ever get back to normal. And anybody would think that we'll get back to normality. They're living in a dream world. And in the words of Christ, it says these are the beginning, just the beginning of sorrows. But it says that there will be a time of trouble such as the world has never seen.
Well, Willie, we were never in normal.
You think?
We were never in normal.
Why you say that?
Well, look at all the stuff that was going on. And then on top of it, these people are in fraudulent positions.
Oh, so you mean, yeah, but at least, even though, it's because of what happened during COVID that our consciousness of these things have been awakened, because most of us were just going along with the system and we weren't aware.
Right.
Yeah. If it wasn't that, we wouldn't even be here, the 27 of us now, talking about these things. We would be just going about, maybe some of us would go to the nightclub, go and shake foot. We'd just be going enjoying life, but we're here still after so many months. We're here still talking about these things, and some people feel that because the so-called restrictions are lifted, which is just a fraud. The foundations have been laid.
Yeah.
And I called the United States last week to ask them if I say I'm not vaccinated and I want to travel just to go back and come back. Sorry, you have to be vaccinated. Yeah.
No.
So the foundations have been laid. So even though they say, "Oh, we lift everything," lie, trash, garbage, nothing to lift. They have laid the foundation. You go in some of the stores, some of the different businesses. Oh, we're still, yes, you see, here you have a mask, here's your mask. Haven't this thing been lifted? No, not for us.
But Willie,
yeah?
I think everybody should be looking to the ones who can nationalize, look to nationalize and be focused on getting out of their system, because it wasn't even right in the first place.
Well, that is
so
it.
We have to correct ourselves.
Yes. See, somebody in the chat say, plan of the Antichrist system, that's true, and 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. It's no joke, because it tell you about conquest. See, Russia try to conquer back that side now, Ukraine. And then it talks about so that's the white horse of conquest. It talks about the red horse, which is bloodshed, and the I think is one pale horse with his death, and one of them with famine. Right? So the whole thing, when you look, the apocalypse we are in right now. And it is just getting from bad to worse. When you hear these people are talking about these fines that they're going to implement or impose on people, you will own nothing and be happy. It is no joke thing. They're serious about and these digital IDs and all of that. So we think we're out of the woods. Think again. We're just warming up. They're just warming up. You know, so I don't know, man. Anyway, I'm the only one doing the talking. So if anybody, is there the gentleman? What is it? Rocky is on. Rocky, are you with us? Is Rocky with us? What's his name? So I'm gonna ask. Rocky, are you here? Apparently Rocky not here, but so David was telling us about he mentioned it earlier. I wanted to hear from him that he was held up 3 hours in the airport because he didn't want to take the tests, and they fined him $6,000. $6,000. That's like mind boggling, eh? You had something to say, Joseph?
No, I was just saying, I think his name is Shine Rock.
Shine Rock, are you here? Is he here?
I see a Chief Vanessa is here.
All right, so apparently he's not here. Who?
I invited Chief Vanessa here. She's from the UK.
Oh, hi, Chief Vanessa. Welcome. It's your first time? She's here? You said she's here?
Yes. And Chief Vanessa, she's the one in charge over in the UK.
All right, so say something to us, the group now.
Greetings, everybody. Chief Vanessa. This is just a very, very brief one. I'm just in and out of sleep. It's hours way ahead of everybody. So I'm in and out. I will return most probably next week if I'm invited. But I'm the chief of the England Nangipong government. And it's been a very interesting period over the last few months. A lot has been happening in England. We are a young group at the moment, and we're fortunate to have great support from the other countries, including Rascalites, who invited me to this evening's call. So the great thing here in England is people are now understanding there is something they can turn to in the form of the Nangipong Maroon IDs, which are invaluable documents. And not just the documents, the general educations. Some of the stuff I heard being shared today, listening to the videos, this is invaluable information that we need moving forward. So just because of my tiredness, I'm going to just say thank you for inviting me here. I may fall asleep while you're still speaking, but thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you too for updating us. I remember you from the Sunday meetings, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, okay. I know who you are. Okay, nice. Nice to have you on, man. I hope this won't be your last time. It's good to have you. Awesome. All right, thank you. So, anybody else? Anything? Any updates? Anything you want to share? If not, let me move on to our next item on the agenda. Everybody seems so sedate. Don't no worry now. What's his name coming back tomorrow next week? Don't worry. Him don't gone. David coming back next week, man. He just have a program that he had to look about. So he just asked me to deputize a little for him, you know. I know I am not worthy to walk in his shoe. All right, so we want to talk about growing our numbers. Last week, the gentleman talked to us about having our own, leasing our own plane to do our own travel. We need to, in order for that to be accomplished, I believe we need the numbers. We need to grow. We need to invite others. We need to unite with the other groups who are open to uniting. Because we have 27 people on an average of say 30 people are on here. It used to be about 50 odd, but I think everything gone back. They think everything gone back to normal now, so everybody gone in there.
Willie,
Yeah.
did you mention this to the Moorish community?
I think I have reached out to them, but let me tell you something. All I see is just, and this is just my opinion. I believe that one of the reasons why the groups, each group I mentioned it to about uniting, they have their differences in terms of their uniqueness, and then some of it has to do with this nationalization, what they help you with, and it's money involved. And I just feel that some people don't want to unite because it may mean that they are losing that opportunity to make some money. That's just how I see it. Because our people, you see, that is our has been our legacy over the years. We don't know what unity is, the power in unity and the power in numbers. Everybody just thinking about their benefit and just want to hold their little corner. And that is why we have not reached. We sometimes cuss the white man and say, oh, them do this and them do that. But a lot of times, because we people don't know the value of organizing, uniting our resources, our efforts. So we'll forever be behind if we continue with this kind of mentality. But
Excuse me, Willie.
yes.
Which groups did you reach out to and how many?
Well, I reach out to the Moors, and I remember the other day when we had the Ethiopian group on, we were saying why don't we unite, and when David invited the chief there from his tribe, what's his tribe name again? Kinoki. And I was saying, why don't we all just, come together? You're a little, group there and splinter all over the place. That won't bring power in our hand. But when we begin to grow the thing, unite, and we can unite on our common things that we have in common. Huh?
I'm sorry.
Right?
No.
And our differences, we deal with the differences and things like that. But I think everybody just wants to do their thing. And it just reminds me of Africa. When you look at see the continent of Africa, how that country is large and huge and it's full of melanated people, but everybody have their little tribe here and they splinter all over that big continent. There should be a United States of Africa with their own big, massive army with their nuclear power. Yeah, I mean, they have the resources, everything, and Ghana, the whole nation, continent together. That's what Bob Marley saying. I said, Africa unite.
Yeah.
But they're not into that. They just want the little, and at that the white man love divide them and conquer them. That's why them can march, go in there, South Africa and take away them thing, Nigeria and take away them thing. Because we as black people don't know the value and the power that we have when we unite our efforts together. But we just want to splinter up, and so I'm just saying
Which group specifically do you reach out to? Because I agree with you. We need to come together and come together around a common theme or a common agenda and say, yeah, let's do this so that we can move forward. So which group?
I think this is a good tool, the airplane situation. I think it's a good tool to bring everyone together and everyone not talk about nationality. Because the moment you hit these touchy subjects is when everybody gets into their feelings about money.
Yeah.
So then the agenda is about money then?
No, the agenda is about, well, yes, Willie said it right. He's correct. I feel that the people, they're generally too focused on who's going to make too much money or who's not going to make enough. And they're not focusing on the main subject or the main issue. So yeah, I think that the airplane idea will bring everybody together if everybody decide to just come together and forget about your differences.
Well, yeah, that's what we need to do. So you're saying that we use the freedom of travel or the airplane,
right, to bring everyone together. Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but it's to get everybody together. That's the problem.
Well, let's speak goodness into everyone. And how about you just do it? Just don't even think about what possibility could come out of it or not come out of it, and just go for it. Just like Nike says, just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah, but you see, one person can't
there
do
you
it.
go
You know.
again, Willie. There's no but. You just whoever wants to run. Whoever doesn't want to run, then they can stay behind and look on.
Keep in mind also that in any organization, 20% of the people do 80% of the work, and 80% of the people do 20% of the work. So if we want to, then we just have to. Regardless.
Yeah, you just have to do it and not look at who is doing what. Because when they see the momentum picks up, they're going to want in.
Okay, so that means we need a plan.
That's correct.
You're so right. Sometimes, the only time people want to jump on the bandwagon is when they see things at work, But initially when, you're just getting started, everybody hesitant.
But that's okay. People are allowed to be. Yeah, it's okay. We just have to move forward in a positive light and bring attention to the most important thing, the pros and the cons in the situation.
So we're the 20% to do 80% of the work.
Yeah, somebody saying in the chat, and I agree, we can only accomplish certain things with numbers, because if we're talking about, for instance, a plane situation, we're going to need the numbers. Because I don't want to find $1,000. I can't afford that. I can't even afford.
But if you actually put an ad out there, or say put out the intention out there, and you invite those people that resonate with the intention, they will come. And then therefore your movement will start. And when the movement starts, you do have numbers, right? Because you put the intentions out there for them to come.
Well, I would love to see this group grow from strength to strength. I don't see the growth. We're seeing the same people.
But like I said, if you put ads out there, you gotta put ads out there. You're not. What are you doing in promotion? What's the promotion in the video, in the group, for everybody, for anybody to come in, besides word of mouth?
Well, that's it. I want to tell you, that's the best advertisement,
I know it's the best, but it's not the only.
It's not the only, but it's the best advertisement. So if we, each individual, take a responsibility to invite, say, 10 people to come and join and let them learn their awareness and things like that, then I think that we will grow. But if we leave it on one person, it's just not going to happen. So each of us have friends and family members. That's where we begin. I used to do insurance, and one thing I learned from it is that it's a numbers game. Yeah.
But Willie, what I'm trying to say is, if you want strength in numbers, right, you have to have a plan, and you have to have certain department that takes care of certain things. So the people that are already present should come together and be named, like, in departments, and they execute certain things. That's how they form the government, right?
Yeah, but as somebody said in the chat, the burden shouldn't rest on any one particular individual. We should each understand that our responsibility is to help to grow the thing. If we're serious, if we're not serious.
No, but that's an intention on the outside. But on the inside, what are the strong foundation that's being set?
as David said some time ago, what's the most that we can do here? The most that we can do here is come and talk, because all of us, we can't even meet, physically, because we're scattered all over. Some of us are in Canada, some of us are in the US, some of us may be in Jamaica. So it's difficult.
Brazil.
Huh?
Brazil.
Brazil. Right to be happy from Brazil. Are you serious?
We had one. I don't know if she's still here with us.
It would be interesting to know how many people are from where, but of course, sometimes David has been appealing for a long time. Yeah. Yeah, it has. It's. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know. I think the group here want us to we just meet and we talk on Friday night and that's it. I don't think some people are serious. Me not hearing from them what
But I don't
exactly.
think it's the people, David. Sorry, not David. I don't think it's the people. I think the people are inviting people because I've been here for a while on this group and in and out.
Yeah.
And I've seen many people come and many people go.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not necessarily the people. It's more like there has to be a strategy and there has to be a solid foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And the people are thinking when they come, they're like, okay, but what's really going on? What's the foundation? And where can I apply myself?
And I can say personally that if this thing wasn't fulfilling a certain thing for me, if I wasn't feel like I'm getting enlightened, I would not have stayed on so long. Because even this time of this time of the week is very important for me, and I still make myself available. I didn't have to be here. So if people and the reason why I am still here is because I find that it's a nice little group for us to have discussion. Sometimes you feel a little connection. You're making connections with persons and so on and so forth. But I just wish if we would have more participation, invitation, bring others. I would see like the group move from 30 and 25 to 100, 150, 200. But I don't know. How are we gonna achieve that if everybody not pulling their weight? We all have to pull our weight. So we want to get our partner started there. Michael sent me $200 2 weeks ago, and he says the second week he wants to start the partner. I have his $200 sitting in my RBC account, and if it anytime anything to stay too long, it serve another man, So
wrong words.
Well, Michael, I'm in trouble.
He's there.
But
He's at work.
you see, next week now, everybody make sure you have my email address. I'm going to put it in the email one more time for only to send me the money. We're starting the part, and next week we're going to see who is serious and who is joker. So next week, we're going to set the second week in April and May, and so I am going to put my email one more time. And if it don't happen next week, I can kiss it goodbye because this man will not be bringing it up again. And I'm serious. Because it's either we're in on the thing or we're not in. If we don't just want the group to just meet and talk about issues, well, that's all right. But if we don't want us to do things together, then we can do things together to help each other too. As I said last week, sometimes the thing is that some people may be in the group and don't even can afford to buy the thing to get the garden started. And if they get a partner draw, that would help them to start. Am I right?
Yeah.
Eh? Based on what I hear, I don't know about what the rest of people that living on, but it's saying that Canada, if some people ever miss 1 week work, them in big trouble because they cannot find $200 because they're so indebted. And I believe it because I know what I'm talking about. Especially now when you're spending so much for gas. I don't know, many of us drive. These days, it's like since the gas gone up, it's like it burned faster. Anybody observing that?
Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
Like it more water down.
Yes.
Yep.
My gas, my car does every second I can buy gas, and then every time you go to the gas station, it gone up more. I'm paying nearly $2 a liter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gone $2 last weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, apparently $2 is gonna become the permanent number.
And that's no joke thing when people have to drive up and down. How many of you have pay increase if you're working? And even if you get pay increase because of you're spending more in the supermarket and on everything, your electricity bill, everything. Let's see, I'm letting these two people admit. Yeah, because you're spending. I'm just letting in some people, but I let them in and did they come in? I don't know.
Sometimes it take a little while.
Okay, because I don't see the number increase. What was I saying?
Yes.
Yeah, man, because you're spending more. That means you it's like you instead of a pay increase, you pay decrease because your power of spending is less. And some people right now, the problem that they're having is I hear some people have to be juggling and deciding which bill I should pay and which bill I can stall behind because the money just running out. Maybe y'all don't understand that language because I don't know on this blasted thing I look like I'm not too rich. I don't know not about me, I say, but I'm gonna stay there, I'm gonna soon find out. Someone can identify with me, I say, I say, what is Willie
No,
talking
don't say
about?
that.
Not nice, Willie.
Right.
Eh?
100%.
Eh?
Not nice.
Tell you. But what I see happening now, so I'm afraid for even go up on the road sometime to rot it because.
Oh, you're lucky. I work driving all the time, so.
What and you have to buy gas, eh?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's not easy.
I feel you on that one.
It's not easy, man. It's not easy. So
We have to learn to live by faith, not by sight.
Exactly.
It's
you
just
gotta
the
close
mercy.
your eyes and just continue the journey.
Yeah, it's just the mercy of God
Right.
keeping most of us, you know. The provision and the mercy of God keeping most of us. Because I'm telling you, man, I wonder sometimes how people survive in this economy. It's just crazy. And especially when you have a lot of debt. And let me tell you people something, you know. This is the financial talk section. Oh no, don't make them encourage you know, to take out no debt. Every day they tempt you, especially some of those loans, and some of you, I know some people, you know, they don't understand money, you know. You see, some of these payday loan people do not go to them because if you don't understand what interest rate is, it's going to destroy you financially. Because a lot of time people don't understand the interest rate. They might say, oh, you can get $15,000 at 4% per what? Per week, per month. You multiply that by 12. You're talking about 48%, you know? So we have to avoid that as you would avoid the plague. Because it's the first people who going to get screwed in this economy are the people who have the whole heap of debt. I'm telling you. And let me say something else again. Those of you who just can't leave Babylon, leave the city. God told Lot to leave the city and go and burn it up. And him decide to leave, but him wife decides that she gonna look back, and God said no look back. She became a pillar of salt. In other words, we don't need to leave the cities, and some of you who are in the city and own a house valuable now. You see the interest rate go up. The market is gonna go down and it start already. I subscribe to a lot of real estate agents, and I have never seen so many of them sending me every day now. Some of them I wasn't hearing from them. And I've seen so many of them now. Every now and again I see some house for sale. Because people are letting go, because guess what? When the interest rate going up, that is what crashed the market, you know. Because you're going to end up paying more and things like that. So those of you who have a house with a lot of equity, my advice to you, sell the house, pay off the bank, buy one little cheap one in the country with a little woodland now where you can do your little farming that we just talked about, and you still have some money in the bank, even though it's not even good to have the money in the damn bank now.
You have any room? I can sell mine and come by you.
Yes, man. I have one empty room for you a long time. I wait. With all your name mark on it. Impressive.
Okay. I'll put it on the market then.
Where you live again, Empress?
In Brampton.
Oh, what? Are you own?
Yes.
What? How long you own?
16 years.
What the? Oh, you said to me? You know, look here. You rotten rich, you know. You're full of equity, you know.
I was hoping that in the future that this would be a house where everybody would find themselves at if they lose theirs.
No, darling.
A shelter in the time of need.
I don't think that is the right. You see, so you don't pay the mortgage already, or you pay it off? Or
no, it have about 100,000 to go.
You know what I would do if I were you, and which is what I did. That's why I praise God today. I'm mortgage free. That I it's just when in 2017 them start with the madness and set up the price. That's one of the reasons I keep saying to my family, me love the Chinese them. That's the only time I love them. Because of them come and boost up the price and make me able to sell it. Say thank you to the bank for the loan. And what they make off of it, I go to the country go buy some cash. Done with, me never want to own me don't want no mortgage because this a country. This a cold country. Me like to know, so when I see out there snow, I say, I'm not going to work today. I'm not for because I don't have a mortgage. So, me like you impressive, me know you're supposed to have enough equity. Worse if I want to touch you off. Because I had a condo in Brampton. And I bought that condo for 197 in 2000, about 12. And that same condo that I sold, let's see this person, is now selling for $800,000. The 197. That's from 2012 to now. You check that out.
I know.
So much more something like yours. Is that you say is that detached you have?
Yeah. You see, I have family members who always come, so it's always full.
I know, but me like you, me sell it and do like what a lot of the people them do in 2017 when the price them just skyrocket. They just pay off the bank, and some of them for them house are in Toronto. Oh my gosh, they lick their finger because they pay off the bank and I'll have 500,000 left after them buy a house. Can you imagine?
Yep.
You don't have to work for the rest of your life. That's wealth.
I want to go home though. I want to sell and go home. Yeah.
Jamaica?
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of us want to, but boy, I don't know. You sure?
I have place at home. I have a place there already. My sister have my place waiting. So
which part?
Already built and everything. Retreat. St. Mary?
Oh, St. Mary?
Yeah, St. Mary, nice.
Near the sea and everything, up a hill.
Yeah.
You know Robbins Bay?
No, it's my sister tell me all this information. I was too young when I leave Jamaica. I wasn't one of those.
I see. Yeah, I think those little places are, St. Mary, it's kind of small still, you know. St. Mary,
it don't matter where she is on the hill there, so nice. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
A lot of new schools and stuff they were building about But the last time I went home, about 5 years ago or stuff there.
I've been thinking about going back to Jamaica a lot, but I can't mention it at all because my family don't want them for to say here's the best place. And then because sometimes
because they're used to it. They get comfortable.
Yeah, and then the crime situation is a concern for everybody in Jamaica.
Nah, that you will just get used to and become one.
Yeah.
How they used to live before.
Yeah, there's gated communities there that are nice.
Yeah.
I'm from Portland, and I know in Norwich in
Really?
Portland. Yeah.
Where in Portland?
I'm from St. Margaret's Bay.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
I was living in St. Margaret's Bay, girl.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
my family is just up the hill a bit in Mount Pleasant.
No, you seriously? Maybe I know you know.
Maybe you're related.
You don't know me, but you see me.
You probably know my family. Well, your face kind of look familiar, but
look here, man. I'm Mount Pleasant. I used to serve up there. Mount Pleasant.
Really? Okay, so we probably know you. When? What year?
And Bourbon. From about say 98 to 2000.
Okay, no, maybe they're Canada by them time there.
Oh, wow.
But wow, yeah.
Yeah, man. You know the Campbells? You know the Campbells where the
of course.
Store?
Yes.
Okay, right at the big glass St. Margaret's Bay, that's how the little Indian woman there.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I know the whole lot of them. So St. Margaret's Bay.
Nice. Yeah, man. Portland, nice.
Yeah, you know, so that says one of the most crime-free parish, though.
Yes, they have like neighborhood watch there. They do a lot of that.
Yeah, and they're not really have much option for come down there.
No,
and
not
build up
really
and
that
get
much
where.
crime.
Yeah, it's
much crime.
almost like one way in, one way out.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, Portland is a nice place to live up Norwich.
Yes. Yeah, man. So you know the Boston jerk pork and them something there.
Yep. Oh yes.
Yeah, I tell you.
Yeah, you know, at the hospital foot there.
Yeah.
There's a shop there, like a carpenter shop. Yeah, that's my uncle's shop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to go up that side. Yeah, I'm up there. Wow.
Yeah.
Small world, eh?
Yeah,
you see, that's why I love when people talk, because if you're not talking, you don't even know who you're talking to. You don't discover certain things, you know. Because look at that. Yeah, man, I was up Mount Pleasant, and you know Bourbon, don't?
I know that area, yeah.
Yeah, most people might not have been there, but talk about an isolated place. Oh my God.
Yeah.
When you go down, you just go around in a circle, go down like the bottom, below sea level.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, they used to take bus with my grandmother and go to Kingston them ways.
Yeah, I tell
you. Yeah.
I'm a Kingstonian. Born and raised.
Yeah.
Where in Kingston?
Halfway tree. Sorry.
Okay.
That's where I was, I think, born.
Well, after the house, then halfway tree.
That's why I changed.
After your business place, halfway tree.
That's why I changed and said.
And it's a new Kingston.
Queer.
No. You know, UNN Avenue, Washington Boulevard, Malines Road area.
Yeah. Malines Road.
Oh.
I was on UNN Avenue.
Okay.
64 UNN Avenue. Hairdresser and dressmaker of the community. My mommy.
Oh, really? So, Antoinette, where are you from? You're quiet tonight. Antoinette, where are you from?
She missed David.
Don't worry, man. David will be back next week. We don't worry on ourselves.
I'm from Westmoreland.
Westmoreland? Okay.
Don't let you drop asleep, man. Antoinette, you're asleep, eh?
Merilda, where are you from?
It's still mute. You're still mute, Merilda. Yeah, you're okay now.
St. Elizabeth?
Yes.
All right. So let me see what Jamaica in that. Forgan. Wally, since as your camera on, where are you from?
Hey Willie, I'm from Portland.
Another Portlander? Where in Portland?
Yeah, my people are the jerk people from Boston.
Boston? Where I say?
But
Oh,
I'm not.
nice.
I'm from a place called Ferry Hill in Zion Hill.
Ferry Hill. I know Ferry Hill.
Ferry Hill and Zion Hill. I served down there
Hill
too.
Yeah, me have family up at Ferry Hill.
Right beside Dolphin Bay there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
But I lived there a long time. I lived there when I was a child. I was like 5 years old when I left there.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I was young when I left Jamaica too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can ask them one by one. So
Sunny.
Okay, I'm from
Sunny.
St. Catherine.
Oh, Audrey?
Yeah, I'm
That's
from St.
Audrey. You're
Catherine.
St. Catherine?
Yes, Spanish Town.
Oh, nice.
But where in Spanish Town?
Out by Twickenham Park Housing Scheme.
Twickenham
That's where I have
Park.
my house. Yeah.
Okay. You're near where my wife come from.
Oh, okay.
The big village.
Yeah.
Yeah, big lane girl.
Yeah, right next to Jose Marti there.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I know where that is.
Right. I'm in the housing scheme. Yeah, that's where I have my house.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I still have it there?
Yes, it's still
So when
there.
you go home
My
sometimes
youngest
Jamaica,
son
you
is
just
there.
go there and go stay.
Of course.
Wow. And you're not afraid of no boy?
No boy, nothing.
When we got Jamaica, I'm not afraid either.
All of what been going on out there, nothing comes in the scheme, you know. The scheme is always so secure.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And look how some of our people just afraid of Jamaica, like said Jamaica do them something.
No, sir. I'm not afraid of Jamaica at all. I'm not afraid for walking away in Jamaica.
No.
And you know, when you talk to people, they tell you that even there's a girl named, she does a program on YouTube, and me I tell you, I respect that girl. She's a Ukrainian, and she go to Jamaica, go live. She named Irie, and she's just singing the praises of Jamaica. And when you talk to her about the crime situation, she said, "Look here, I could Ukraine I come from. There's a crime there every day." So Jamaica, she said something that I've always been said. People don't just walk up to you and kill you in Jamaica. And most of the 99% of the time you're involved with something. Or if they can't catch Quaco, then catch him shot, so your family involved with something.
Yeah. That's the same thing my sister keep telling me, because I had said to her that I wasn't coming back after retirement, and then I called her back a couple of weeks ago and said, yeah, you know what, I'm going to come back home to retire. I'm not. She said, yes, because anybody you see having things, either them come down there and start speaky spooky and, you know, throw money here and there and show off.
Show off.
And, yeah, are they involved in something? So they say people that kill
when
people
they
just
can't
kill
tell
people.
say you're a foreigner. When they can tell say you're a foreigner. Because I had an experience when I went out there, and because of my kids, they target me. But because, you know, me have the Jamaican in me, they can't stop me. So me said to the guy, say, because my auntie put me on the bus with my family, and the guy that tried to take me off of the bus and put me in a taxi. So me say, me never ban yesterday, you not take me off of here, so and put me in a taxi. And the lady said to him, say, you know, the lady said she not go on no taxi. And then sit down there, you see them I go back and forth and attack the taxi driver. And me say, them people must think people stupid.
Take your beat, yeah.
Yeah. So me say, me never bad, you see them and nah, gonna what we don't know. And me tell them, here we are so. And then they say, all right. And they leave me alone. Yeah, they leave me alone.
Yeah, them have a way for try to push people in them taxi.
Yeah.
Force it. Sunny, what about you? Where are you from? Sunny, S-A-N-I. I don't know if I call it right, but to me that's Sunny. All right.
To me too.
Sunny, where are you from?
Tanya, pretend.
All right, she must drop asleep.
Or drop asleep.
Selassie, well, that's Selassie, I warrior. You know, the soldier look like you in Ukraine and Russia. Which one I am here for? Where are you from, boss?
In Christ's army. I'm in Christ's army.
Oh, nice. God's army.
Yes, Selassie means Trinity. Trinity means Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, one God.
Amen.
Where are you from?
Originally Augustown, but then we relocated to Firehouse, Waterhouse.
Okay, that's That's near me too, Olympic. Me have some family for Olympic. All them life, them. You probably know them if you know the area.
Okay.
39 Olympic way, that's where my family them there. And Bay Farm Road.
Yeah, we're there, Dudney Road.
Uncle have also Bay Farm too.
How are you say?
Really? Kamika, you're all over the
Manyeri.
place, man.
Hey,
Okay,
mind you, Kamisa.
my father side of the family come from Towile.
Okay.
And my mother side of the family are Portland.
Ah.
Yeah, and that's why.
All right. Joseph,
Yeah.
your time. Where are you from?
Yes, sir. Born in Kingston. At about 5 or 6 or somewhere around there, moved to St. Catherine, Kidston, St. Catherine. Then moved here, live in New York. Spent 5 years in Florida and come back to New York.
So how long you're in New York now?
Yeah.
What are you doing in New York? You know, you're everybody around in New York.
No. People around live. And then people around leave it.
Yeah.
And then some people are coming out. Because I just met a guy today, 19 years old, sent me some phone service. And him come from Indiana, I think. So people live in New York, people still coming to New York.
It's funny because
I want to leave New York because I'm sick and tired of this place.
Okay. I would want to hear that. That's a me not tell you now. We go to New York one time and that place some part of it come like a real concrete jungle, man.
You know what? The silly thing is this. Because of my work, I live here, I have a house here, but I never spend much time here. I'm always flying, going somewhere else, all over the country. So I leave for about a week and a half or so. I come back. I spend a few days. So I don't really get into the grind of every day in New York living. So I come, I do my thing, and leave again.
Oh.
Now, since the pandemic, I've been staying at home, and then I've been immersed in the New York life and everything. And I am just tired of it. And last year, I drove to Florida. My mother lived in Florida. And I spent 3 weeks, and I come back into New York, and I'm saying to myself, what the hell am I doing here?
Especially now.
Yeah, not even that. You come, the roads, oh my God. It's like the road.
And they drive mad. Gosh.
Yes.
Don't talk about that one day. Be afraid to change lane in New York because it's something that's so. We're not used to that. Canada, one thing you can say about here, so everybody keep them distance and you can move. If you even miss your exit, you can almost, people just have zoom, zoom, zoom. No, sir. New York.
No, I drive in Canada. It's pretty much the same.
We go 100, we must go about 200 miles per hour in New York.
No, yeah, people drive.
I'm joking, say, but I'm talking about like freaking 150. Most people are go.
No.
What you say?
It seems so.
No.
Oh, I must have use mile. I talk about kilo, because I only use mile. That's all.
Yeah, my problem.
I'm talking about no man on the track. Oh my gosh, New York, Jesus.
I know. Yeah, New York is not a place to live. It's a place to visit.
Yes. Visit Times Square and look around at the sexy, nice building them and shop. Well, I shop all the expensive.
I don't like their shopping. I don't like their stuff. No, not good quality. I didn't like the quality when I come there.
But
it depends on the
nice,
shop.
It's like the city that never sleep because it's just non-stop people. There's traffic and what. I don't know if it's still the same. Is it still the same?
Pretty much.
Can't change.
Okay. Pretty much.
I mean, never sleep. COVID make it sleep.
Yeah, COVID make it sleep. When the pandemic did just start, my father was getting chemotherapy in Manhattan, and I remember I used to drive him 3 days a week into Manhattan. And I remember going down Park Place. The road was empty, not one car. I was maybe 5 cars down Park Place, going down the street. I have a picture of it. I took a picture. I couldn't help myself. The roads were empty.
Wow.
It was amazing to see New York City just
that empty. Yeah.
It
clear.
turned ghost town.
Yeah, it was amazing. But this place is too much for me. It's not New York City. It's New
Hurry
York.
up and leave, man, and go out in the country, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Sunny, the girl Sunny, or I don't know if it's a girl or a man. Sunny sounds like a girl. That person says he or she is from Jamaica as well, but didn't say where exactly in the chat. Let me see. Woman accent. So we have
Kathy G.
Laser. Laser. It was Laser. Laser, where are you from, boss? These days, Laser get quiet. One time you used to talk.
Probably
Them
tired.
get so quiet. Laser,
Entertainment.
where are you from? The man drop asleep.
Drop asleep.
Laser, wake up! hey, we can't turn up this up, man. I'm saying we can't have no more fun.
No.
Just play up in backside. Cindy, your time. Where are you from? She got sleep.
Cindy Pollard.
Cindy, Miss Pollard, where are you from?
No, I didn't fall asleep.
Oh. We got you.
I'm gonna wipe my eyes. Yeah, I'm from
You cut out Kamika.
I came on and cut off her. Sorry.
No.
No, you
I'm
were
telling
talking. Say what you said. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Trinidad.
Trinidad. One Trini in the house.
Yes. And Jamaica is very nice. I've been there a couple of times. It's really nice.
Okay.
Really, you did a great job on the hosting the meeting.
Did I? Are so much people gone?
It's not because of you why I'm gone and tired.
But Empress really leaded you well too, because I'm sure she's your backbone.
Yeah, she was my little backup. Everybody's so quiet. Empress, I have to back me up.
Yeah.
I totally sleep too.
I totally agree on what you were saying to about the financing, and to Empress. Empress, you need to make a move.
Yeah, I forgot to think seriously now, eh?
No thinking. You done said your plan already, and it's there. You're sitting on a gold mine, so you know. But I just want to say too that the group is really, really solid, and I know people think that you come on and you don't get anything or any value sometimes because they want to see a movement. But I mean, at the end of the day, even you really trying to do the partner shows that we are trying to get some strength in the group. I was wondering how much confirmation you got. I know Michael was firm on it, and a few other people. That what is the numbers that you got so far?
Put it this way. Let me tell you the problem that I have. So I 2 weeks in a row I gave my email, and not maybe one person, as I say, it was Kath G, reach out to me. I haven't heard from the person. The only night it was a lot of people put up their hand, and I counted about 11. I guess those people are still here and still interested. Well, when I asked them to send me an email, nobody sent. So what I've decided to do is, when next week we start the partner, whoever send the money to me, I will take those as the ones of interest and move it from there. Because apparently,
well, I think that's a good idea, simply because, like Michael and yourself, trying to set the example. I'm willing to send mine this week as well to start, so we can really set the example that we really want a stronger group. Because as the lady was saying, if we can form it in a small way and grow from there. About the other thing about people coming into the group, I mean, because we are trying to keep it with the unvax, that 99% of my people vaccinated. I had invited people, but I don't know how you guys feel now that everybody who get first and second and third, they're like, I'm not taking it anymore. Do we lock arms with them, or do we just leave it as? Because I know they took it just because if you ask them, did you take the vaccine for health reasons, they will tell you no. They took it because they needed to keep their job and to fly, even though that was a dumb thing still. I mean, we all have to pat ourselves on our shoulder that we lasted so long and intend not to take the vaccine. But moving forward, I don't know with the numbers. I mean, we always have something good to give every Friday. Even David is not here, and we still had some good. I like that lady giving the tips on the growing, because I know for a fact I'm not knowledgeable on it. So it's good to that every time you bring something, somebody learns something, and then we'll know eventually how to put it together. And that's why we're together. So at least, if we need to go all in Empress house at one point.
Come on over. I'll do the gardening test and show you.
Yeah, I honestly, I've been in your position, and I debated whether to sell last year. I mean, I took the opportunity to take the bidding war, and I never look back. It's as if I never had a place before. That you just enjoy that freedom of being debt free, because since I've been on the call, it's been giving me the tips on how to be independent, as you say, Willie, right?
Yes.
Sovereign, I've learned really well now. I mean, I've attempted to join the Kinawaki, but I don't know what's going on with the website. I was sending Joseph a direct message finding out if he had gotten through. So we are doing things like the call. It's up to you guys if you take away something to help yourself. And with that, everybody who helped themselves, we can help each other, because, we're learning something every day and becoming stronger. But when this serious times we are in serious times, but we should really start now. And I mean, I would like to see the financing start, but hopefully we could just get going by next week.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely start next week. Thank you for that, Cindy. You're always so graceful. Thank you so much. Joseph.
Yes, what was I going to say? Oh, yes. Cindy just mentioned something about taking the vaccine, and a friend of mine just told me that one of her friends, he just got diagnosed with cancer. And
it's causing a lot of cancer.
She asked me to suggest some things he could take. But I said to her, did he take the vaccine? And she said yes. So I said, well, there you go. We don't know if that's what caused the cancer or enhanced the cancer or has a part to play in it. And I have another point. What was it? Okay, anyhow, when it comes back to me, I'll just raise my hand and say something.
Yeah. All right. Wow.
Can I say something to Joseph?
Yeah.
It's Kath.
And while you're on it, just tell us where you're from.
I'm Kath. Let me turn my camera on. I'm Kath. I was born in England, raised in Trinidad, and after high school, I immigrated to Canada.
Oh, so you're in Canada.
There's another
I'm in Canada.
I've been asking where you are from and not asking where you are now. Only Joseph I know is in New York. And I know...
I'm in Canada.
Go ahead. Yeah, okay. So in Canada. Go ahead. You were saying something?
Oh, no, to Joseph about... there is a guy in the States. His website is called YakiAwakened.com.
I'm sorry, how do you spell it?
YAHKI.
YAHK.
Yaki Awakened. And she can hit them up for herbs in order to help with anything. There's another one he's in the States. There's another gentleman. His name is Honorable Priest Kailash. He's in St. Lucia. And it's soulfoods.com or priestkailash.com.
Honorable Priest
Kailash.com.
Okay.
Yeah. And tell her to visit their websites. She might be able to get something to help her. With Yaki, he would tell her right away to go on a liquid diet, just fruits, right, to help like detox herself. She may be able to get stuff to detox herself from Kailash as well. So she can check either of them and she'll be able to get natural stuff to help her. And she can speak with them. She can have a consultation with them as well. And they'll be able to help her with different things.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. No worries.
Sister, can you put the info inside the group? Can you type it
Certainly.
in so other people can just thank you?
All righty.
All right, I'm gonna do a quick run. So I want to just I'm gonna come back to those who have told me already because I know where you're from, but I'm not knowing where you are. But let me go with Chrissy. Let us hear from you. Where are you from, and where are you now, Chrissy?
I'm from St. Catherine. That's Britain, Old Britain. And I'm in Canada right now.
Oh, you're in Canada. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So, Patricia, tell us where you're from and where you are now, or where you live now.
I'm in Rochester, New York.
So you're dead near beside Joseph. She beside you, Joseph?
Kind of.
See? I bet you didn't know that before.
Close, but not too close.
So but where are you? So that's where you're from, or that's where you are now? I don't want to get the mix up.
I'm there now, but
You're
I'm
there now. But where you from originally?
I'm Kingstonian.
Kingston.
Yeah.
Okay. What a whole heap of Jamaican people.
That's
Awesome.
Kingston, Tinkley, and Jonestown, Trenchtown.
Where is that? Jonestown?
Yeah.
You know what I that's how I grew up though.
No.
28 Woodrow Street, Kingston 12.
2A Price Street.
Really?
Yeah, and
Oh
then
my gosh.
Pascan Street.
Yeah, I know all of Price Street, Poyard Street, Love Street, Septimus Street, the whole of them. That's how I grew up as a kid. Used to roll up and down in a Rima and Jungle and the whole of them bad place there.
Yeah.
Although place can bad, people bad.
And then we end up at Tangerine Road, Beer Farm Road. And then I went back to Greenwich Town, then migrated to the US and lived in the Bronx for like 17 years. I was in Rochester for 3 years and then came back again to Rochester and settled out.
Oh, nice. All right, let me move on to Merceline. Merceline, where are you from and where you are now?
I'm from Jamaica, Clarendon. I'm in Canada.
From Jamaica, Clarendon.
That's a Clarendon.
And you're in Canada now?
Yeah. Yes, I'm in Canada now.
Where in Canada, if you don't mind?
North York.
Oh, you're in North York?
Yeah.
See, if we had this conversation, we could buy you lunch just this week. I was in North York.
Okay, Willie. Maybe next time.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Could I buy you want some KFC to rotted?
Oh, Willie, I look live.
Yeah, tell me that you don't eat them cheap food. You want lobster.
I don't eat meat. From I come Canada, I've never eaten meat.
Really?
I couldn't eat the food here, so I've never eaten meat.
Let me tell you something about me. I try the vegetarian thing so much, I'm a backslider every time I try the vegetarian thing. I can't, when I go up on the road and I'm hungry, I have to just eat what I get, so I can't.
Well, I do eat fish though, because that's a thing. Sometimes I can't find proper vegetables in the restaurants. So yeah, I do eat fish.
Nobody shall leave. I notice that from your ass, I come down the line, some people are leave. Nobody not leave. If you not leave, you're not guilty.
They don't want to be called.
Anyway, let's move on. All right.
Don't
so
worry,
personally-
Willie. I'll take a screenshot of the name. I'll send that to you.
No, we're not forcing nobody. Honestly, we're not forcing. It's nice to know that we're making this connection, though.
Yes.
Yes. Let me see now. Kailani J, where are you from and where are you living now, if you don't mind?
Oh, hi. Westmorelight from Jamaica. And I'm living in North York.
Look there again. So you know Marceline?
No, I don't think so. Maybe we've crossed paths. Who knows?
You know. Everybody living in Canada, close to Empress, we'll meet up there.
Exactly. In Crown Victoria. Write it down.
So, Kailani, you say Westmoreland, right?
Correct.
And no, you're in North York. Wow. So we have two North Yorkers. Sadiki, your time. Sadiki.
He's probably working.
Sadiki? All right, look like him. Me and him can't talk. I think I have his number. Yeah,
Oh, hit my speaker.
all right. Joseph's iPhone. Where are you from? And
Isn't that Joseph? Isn't that the same Joseph?
Joseph.
No, I'm sorry. I'm on two devices.
Yeah, he always on two.
That's you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in the house. If you don't see me here and you see me get up, I'm in the house.
Oh, no, I understand. That happened to me already. I was on both devices. I understand that.
Running around,
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
this.
All right, Aggie, where are you from and where are you living now? Aggie. Some of them look like them
Yeah,
can't sleep, drop asleep. Aggie, where are you from? All right, we'll come back to Aggie. No response. Audrey. I think Audrey
No,
told
you
us
did Audrey
already.
already, yeah.
And she had said where again?
Over the state somewhere. Right, Audrey?
Audrey, repeat for me.
Yeah, I say I'm from
We want to know which part in Westmoreland.
Spanish Town.
Spanish Town, right.
Yes.
And I'm currently in New Jersey.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, whenever they get that.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right. Hi, Chief. Oh,
She
hi,
did.
Chief.
Remember,
She's
she
in
was trying to
England.
sleep.
Yeah,
She's
in
trying to
England.
sleep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she introduced herself, yeah.
Yes.
Michael.
No, Chris. When would you know Michael?
No, we don't know.
Isn't Michael at work?
Michael, talk to us.
Oh, dear.
No. Today I don't work Fridays. Greetings, everybody.
Greetings.
Well, originally I'm from Greenwich Town, but the Greenwich Town back in those days is much different than the Greenwich Town today, I live in Scarborough.
Oh, yeah, right.
They say GTA, like Greater Toronto Authority, but I love Scarborough.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an
Me
ambassador
too.
of Scarborough, and I'm committed to Scarborough in terms of my volunteer work. But most importantly, people, my heart remains in Africa. And I sent King David a video where an American expatriate in Ghana built 2-bedroom homes, which by any standard in North America are beautiful homes for $45,000 US complete, right? So we're being conned in North America as far as the high cost of living, and we're chasing generally an elusive dream, right? We're strangled by the mortgage rates, inflation, low salaries, working ourselves to death, right? Now, my job as a fitness advisor means when the people come in to join the gym, I do a survey in terms of health issues, in terms of activity, in terms of goals, needs, aspirations, in terms of improving fitness. I'm going to tell you this. Most people struggle on starting a journey of fitness. It is an intention to lose 50 pounds. It is an intention to deal with the joint problem or the medical things. And they just can't seem to get to the door of the gym, which is the most important thing showing up, right? So the reason I say this is this group as expatriates, we're not in, well, Cindy, I believe, is Trinidad, and so maybe she has remained in her country of birth, and some people are still in their original country, right? But we left for a reason. Usually, parents said, well, time to come, we had no choice, or we left for economic reason. But people, Africa today should really be our goal in terms of, if you're not going back home, so to speak, Africa is really the place which is happening in terms of economy, development, and entrepreneurship and everything. And the reason why that is not embedded in our spirit is the news media will never tell us the truth about Africa. If an American expatriate can build a quality home, and I say quality by design, and put it out on the market for 45,000 US. Just imagine the folks who have paid off their mortgage. If they shift that money back to Africa, I mean, you'd not only be living debt free, but you'd be like a queen and a king in the original African continent, you know. Yeah. So I'm kind of wrestling with that because we say Jamaica, fine, you know, that sentiment. But Africa is really the place where we should really be investing in, really, if you really look at what's going on in Africa, you know?
Michael, may I ask you a question?
Yes, Bridget.
Were you, well, let me say this. Prior to the pandemic, my cousins and I, we were planning on moving to Ghana, moving to some part in Africa. So I don't know if you, since you're, and they live in Toronto, the Toronto area. So I don't know if you were part of that group that was planning to move back to Africa.
No, but I wasn't a part of any group, but I know there's been movement from Canada. You remember there was some centennial where the African nations were inviting people to come on over, move over.
Yes.
They had certain, so I was aware of that,
Okay.
And I've met people who've been to Ghana. I mean, the 45,000 two-bedroom home, which can be expanded to 3-bedroom, that is in Ghana.
Yeah. Yeah, we were chiefly thinking of moving to Ghana. One of my cousins, well, you probably remember, young lady that passed away there, she had said she wanted to move to, I think it was Kenya or Tanzania, but we were definitely planning on moving there to Africa, West Africa, chiefly Ghana.
Sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen. Just pause a while. I want to get those 3 names before, because I know some people leaving, and then we'll get back to you on it. So, Chris, tell us where you're from. Okay. Yeah, Michael, just hold your thought, and we'll come back to you. Chris, where are you from? And where are you now? And then we'll get to Yolanda. Go ahead, Chris.
Chris is shy.
Chris? While Chris thinking about it, Yolanda Smith, where you from and where are you now?
From Kingston, Jamaica, but I live in Portmore.
Oh, so you're actually joining us from Jamaica, eh?
Yes, I am.
Wow, awesome. And you join us every night, eh?
Most times when my father send the link.
Awesome. So how is Portmore?
Been good so far.
Oh, nice. So you're from you're living in Portmore now, you say, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Wow. Nice of you to join us. Have you been enjoying the program?
Yes, I am so far.
Awesome. So when you're coming to Canada?
Hopefully soon, before the year ends.
Okay. You have your visa already, right?
Yes, I do.
Nice.
Everybody run from Canada.
So when you come to Canada, where you go?
By my dad.
Where? Where
David.
No, we're in
Ontario.
Ontario, I'm big place, man. We're in Ontario.
I don't know exactly where you'd have asked my father. You're his friend, so you're
Oh,
supposed to
okay,
from
okay.
there.
David is
Well,
your
that's
dad, no?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Ajax. Ajax.
Okay.
So you remember Ajax Bleach? Just remember that something there. You know about Ajax Bleach?
All right, I will.
Yeah. Okay, nice to have you. See, I don't. You
Thank
see, it's a
you.
good thing we did this. I didn't even realize, and I know he might have
Give it up.
mentioned it, but
Yeah.
it just a connect now that his daughter is here, eh?
I know
right.
his sister is normally on the line sometimes.
Yes. All right, this one, the last one has no name, but it's a number 416-722-1631. Where you from, and where you living now?
Maybe them don't even know them number.
416. All right, so who we miss?
Nobody, only Chris. But Chris having a
Chris
cough.
was unmuted and then he mute, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, he's been coughing, so
Oh, okay,
maybe that's
okay.
why.
All
So
right,
check
so
back if Laser is ready.
Laser,
Laser.
where's Laser? Is he still here? When I see, where Laser? He must have gone.
Oh,
You
yeah,
see
Laser
Laser
gone.
still?
Laser gone.
Or
Okay.
Haggy left.
I will never hear about Aggie.
Aggie asleep.
Yeah, Aggie look like him gone off. Yeah, man. But anyway, so let me say now, I need to just go back and I'm making notes now. I'm not feeling no way. Antoinette, you had said you were from Jamaica, right?
Something like that.
And where you living now?
You come visit me.
Yes, man. What you mean? You
Then when
can't
me have
go.
to tell you where me live and what's up?
Me no mean tell your address. Me never ask you for your address.
Somewhere in Canada.
Huh?
Somewhere in Canada.
From which parish you say you're from? See, I think we did make a note of it. Oh,
You
no,
write
no.
everything, man. Just write Westmoreland, Savla, man.
Right, Westmoreland.
I wanted to ask, no, I forget her name. Where in Westmoreland she's from? What's her name now?
But you ask, I mean, ask because where in Canada are you?
No, Ontario.
Where in Ontario?
I want him call down there, so no. You know, so me forget, but me I check and let you know.
Really? You just come
Yes, man.
You just come to Canada?
Yes. Then just
Yes.
take me up off of the banana boat.
Yeah,
you know?
Not easy at all. So I did get that. So I get that. I did get Oh, by the way, another asked me. I am from Jamaica, Kingston, Jamaica.
Yeah, always tell you about which part.
I grew up in Jonestown. Then, but let me tell you something. You see me? I've lived in
Jamaica.
I live in the ghettos of ghettos. In the 80s, I was living in Jamaica when it red. You see people dead like dog. Because I was there during the election. I've lived in the country, so me know if I plant corn, me know if I dig yam hill, me know if I plant anything. And I've lived with the upper class. I live in among one of the biggest upper class that Jamaica. I spent a few years with him. He was Ombudsman E.G. Green. He used to be the ombudsman in Jamaica. The man and he was a judge. And he was on Lady Musgrave Road, a big white house. You can't miss it if you know Lady Musgrave Road, but it's way in with security guards and all of that. So I live with the aristocrat them. And so in other words, what I'm trying to say, I've tasted all of the life. I've tasted it all.
You need to say you're a Rolling Stone man.
No,
me
get a whole heap of mass. You stay there.
I was just about to ask if you get any mass.
But it's good. No, it's good exposure.
Good.
When you're
Very
exposed
good
not just
experience.
to the ghetto, but you're exposed to the upper echelon of people. I live in Beverly Hills in Jamaica.
Man, me I tell you, you're excellent. But you know what? We live with all that experience.
Yeah.
We need to buy. We should have bought a couple of acres of land I'll let you plant it up and you help plant it up and supervise it, man. A good idea
No,
that.
me will supervise the planting now. Me too old for that now. Me can't manage the whole them and the no.
Yeah, supervise, you know, for doing
But I can tell you what to do.
Okay.
Yes, I can tell you what to do because me grow and grandmother there, you better dig those yam and you better dig the corn hole, put 3 grain of corn in a coffee. You know about that? Because there's a place in Jamaica named Coley Mountain and Endeavor. Yeah, all those places. Yeah.
Willie, you can't. I have a piece of yam growing in a pot, and it has 2 long vines. I just put it outside, yellow yam.
What?
What am I supposed to do now?
Good question. How much you paying me for give you this advice?
Just make it grow water.
Yeah, I pay for my service, not free.
Consultation.
Anyway, what you do, you see? You go outside, you get a thing called a hoe, and you dig, and you make a little hill. Okay? And you push down the yam in the hill, leave the part that stick out, and you get a stick. You put a stick down too.
Yeah, may have a stick on it already because that's
a stick
material
about
very
the
long.
size of your hand, long.
Oh.
Yeah, it has to be longer than
Yes.
a broom.
Right.
But, you know, the longer the better, but then you don't want the neighbor them to disturb. And then so the vine is going to wrap around and just grow. And
Right.
and when it grow and wrap around, and after you see the leaf them start get a little dull and dry up, you're ready to reap. You dig the hill and you see that big yam there under
So, okay, the yam piece that I put inside there is about this high, right? And then the vines are already growing very tall. They're about 8 feet tall or so.
Wow, you need to.
So do I just put the entire thing straight down in the ground or and cover it, or
dig the hill first?
it have to be a hill looking
Yes,
shape?
you build a hill. You dig a little hill for it.
Okay.
Say about the base of the hill. Say about could be about say a foot. Say a foot or a little more than a foot. A foot and a half, right? So and you make the hill high enough so that you can stick it in there because it grow down. In other words, it needs space to grow down for it to grow. You're gonna reap it from underneath, not up, right? Yeah. So and get those vine wrapped around the stick because it's not supposed to run on the ground. You have to wrap it around the stick.
Yeah, I have that.
So once you do that, you should have some.
How long does it take though to grow? How many months?
You know, I don't remember, but maybe
3 months is not going to be
about
sufficient.
3 months, maybe.
No.
I don't remember the time factor, honestly.
Wow.
Because
I think it's about 9
3 months may not be sufficient.
No.
I'm not sure. Yeah, don't count me on that. Yeah.
Unless I get sun every day, and that's not going possible.
Well, you
Or
can
greenhouse.
do your little watering.
Yeah.
Or a proper greenhouse.
And you can mulch it around, put something over the hill, mulch it around, at the base and maybe a little around. You don't have to cover.
Yeah, but the vine itself is gonna get burnt if it start getting cold, right? And that might stop the growth.
Yeah, but now is a nice time to do it because the weather kind of warming up.
Yeah, that much I kind of figure. I'm just waiting on. I have some compost inside there. I'm just waiting on it to kind of turn a little softer and thing. I figure by May 24, that weekend is when I usually do most of my planting. So,
but like when it start growing, you need to get it cracking because you don't want it to. It need to be It need to get on that stick and start grow.
Right now I have it on the gazebo, growing on the gazebo. So
yeah. So you're just looking for something to grow.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
And you're going to send me a bill?
I will.
The consultation bill. Okay.
Sometime in my
Joseph, you are the hand up? And Michael, I remember, don't forget you.
Joseph and Michael were talking,
Since we're I suppose, getting closer, getting to know each other more with all these questions that you're asking. Did we ever get that group started?
The name.
Well, not necessarily name, but yeah, that too. But where we can get in touch with one another on, say, like a moment's notice.
Well, you know what we've just done tonight was a good
Helps.
thing.
Yes.
We have shared with each other our names, where we're from. Some people say they're from here, they're from there, so people can start. And next night, we don't want to belabor it because I want to be good to the time.
Mindful.
So, and next night now we can start to, who wants to exchange number, can exchange number and contact and things like that. Because see, two people are in
Scarborough, North York.
Scarborough, North York, are
The
basically
same.
that's three
Yeah.
people hook up
Yeah.
there.
Mm-hmm.
I go to Brampton sometimes because I love goat. Is my favorite meat. You never hear say the goat have no disease. It's one of my favorite meats and lamb. So I go there now when I want a good curry goat at Jamaica House. So I can come and look for and perceive. Cindy's in
I make a
Brampton,
good
I
curry
think.
goat too.
Eh?
I make a good curry goat too,
You do?
even though I don't
Well, you
eat
see, you
it.
can invite. I can tell you, I come in and you prepare. I'm strictly plain rice and one finger green banana if you have any. And Cindy can come join us. I think Cindy live in Brampton, right, Cindy?
No, I'm in Ajax. I'm close to David,
Oh, yeah,
actually.
Ajax. Yeah. So she is near to
But I'll
David.
do the curry goat for you, Willie.
There you go. Look at that.
Who are
Joseph, you start the question, you better get invited.
Yeah, but
Joseph not eat meat, man.
Oh, me not eat meat, but me eat fish.
There you go. Me and you will eat the fish.
I want to be like you when I grow up. Eat no meat.
Me too.
But for now, boy, me have to just me love me curry goat. Cause something has to take us out of this life. So I believe in this. Enjoy what you love. As long as you're not hurting nobody and as long as you're not hurting yourself.
Well, the meat might hurt you.
But brother, let me tell you something. I'm more affiliated with the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Sabbath keeping church. Them are vegetarian, and me not tell lie. Some Sabbath you go to the church. Please pray for brother so and so. Please pray for the day of cancer. Please pray for. I'm saying like vegetarian dying of cancer so much. So I'm saying, look here, something have to take you out. So I don't worry about this thing. And
the problem is,
I follow the words of Christ. You see, you know what Jesus look on the way and say? He look at one man one day and say, it's not what going to you defile you, it's what come out of your heart defile you. Because him say when you eat the food, it go right in the toilet. He call it the draught, but it mean the toilet. So when you eat, and Markin, I'm not saying you must be careful what you put in your body, honestly, because especially a lot of corruption and pollution now, that's true. But I just think, you can't be an extremist in nothing. Go ahead.
I don't know if you know about Dr. Sebi, but he says that our main problem is blood and starch.
Yeah.
Blood and starch. Blood from the meat and starch from the too much carbohydrate food that we eat, like cassava. And I mean, this is in our culture, but culturally speaking, it's incorrect. And
I'm sorry.
That we have gotten away from, gotten away from what we are supposed to be eating. And we just eat anything. So blood and starch. Too much starch turns into fat, and fat causes problem. Simple.
And the sugary stuff too.
Well, the starch is a more concentrated form of sugar. And
yes.
Stored as fat.
The meat's uric acid, and I believe the starches are carbonic acid.
Yes.
So it's all acids that build up in your system. So you have to get your system back to being an alkaline system as opposed to being an acidic system. True. So this is why with Yaki, if you guys would go on to his website and listen to his programs, he speaks a lot about we melanated people are supposed to be eating more fruits.
Yes.
Not even so much vegetables, but fruits, a fruit diet. because everything else, dairy products, breads, grains, and everything builds up a lot of acids in our system, which causes a lot of the problems that we as melanated people suffer from, and thus causing the cancers and the everything, the diabetes and everything. So
there is also a gentleman in Washington, D.C. His name is Kepra Anu, and he advocates raw foods. And I've been thinking about that for a while, and I put myself on a raw diet for 6 weeks. Of course, I'm skinny already. I lost a lot of weight, but I felt a difference. I used to do this a lot, constantly clearing my throat, and I noticed I haven't been doing that as much. I'm trying to gain back some weight, eating more carbohydrate, but I'm gonna change my diet.
Very good.
I have mostly raw foods. So that's, I'm not saying that you got to be an extremist, but to keep yourself in fairly decent health. You just like Kat said a while ago, it's mostly vegetables. I was listening to what's his name? Ali Muhammad, Muslim doctor, and he said fruits provides the energy, and vegetables provide structure. That's what we need mostly in our bodies to enhance our health.
We need to stay away from soya.
Especially.
And Willie, in regards to the Seventh-day Adventists, I do printing, and there was a sister in she had a big business in soya. She was producing a lot of the soya that we were seeing in Canada and stuff, and I used to print her labels and stuff. And she got out of the business because she found out it was very cancerous, high. So that could be a reason why a lot of the 7-day,
And
they were
used to live the
consuming a lot.
longest. They used to have the history of living the longest, and I don't know. I just too much cancer thing, because
There's
a
a
lot of the
study.
thing that they eat is fake. They call it mock chicken and mock meat.
Yeah,
all kind of mock something.
they ate. They were the biggest supporters in the soya. You know, the lady who I was telling you about, she had the biggest company producing, the curry goat and the mock chicken and all those things. So they were consuming a lot of that as 7-day Adventists, right? And they've been doing it for years. For years, they've been on that kind of. So that's the outcome.
And they eat a lot of thin things in that, which is not good, Yeah. Mark, they still have a good, healthy lifestyle, but I was just kind of blown away that, every Sabbath you go to church, they're saying, please pray for me, cancer, please pray for this person, cancer. Merilla, I needed to ask you, you had said it's Jamaica, but I didn't ask you where you're living now.
I'm living in Toronto.
Oh, you
Canada.
are in Toronto, which is also near York.
Yes.
And by the way, so I'm going to note of Merilla. And we're in Jamaica again, Merilla?
St. Elizabeth.
Okay.
Antoinette, no.
Yes. I was just looking at some places there, but I don't know St. Elizabeth that well. But St. Elizabeth is bordered to Westmoreland.
Yes. And
I always
go ahead,
buy
sorry.
fish up a border, man.
The person named Chris says he's Ohio and still there in the US.
Yeah.
So he wasn't really sleeping. So the only person we not hear from is Aggie. Aggie, you wake up?
And the 416 number.
And the 416 and laser. And some people jump off of the boat as soon as they see her come down the line.
We only hope so they can swim.
So Michael, if you and Joseph wanna
Continue your conversation.
I'm going to switch up because my job as a fitness advisor deals with food and that kind of stuff, right? Does everyone know how to calculate the amount of water you need to drink daily? People know that? So
No,
let me
I just
explain.
drink what I want.
Yeah.
Well, what you think is enough may not be enough. So let me give you a little rough formula, okay?
The body tells you.
I'm going to use, your body sometimes will tell you, especially if you're taking in a lot of salt, you may get very thirsty. That's one indicator, right? Let me use, just for the math, I'm going to use an individual who's 200 pounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just divide your weight by half. So we get 100, right? In the 200, right?
Yes.
Move the decimal place one back, we get 10.
Mm-hmm.
So that person needs 10 large, minimum 10 ounce glasses per day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? In terms of equivalent liters, that person should be drinking a minimum of 3 liters and a bit every single day. Okay? The challenge with the climate we're living in, it is too cool for us. We're not really made to live in countries like this. Right? We
Antoinette,
basically
pause. Antoinette, pause. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
We're basically in North America to die. I cut to the chase. We're here to die because this is not our climate.
No.
This is not our country. We're sun people. We're sun people.
True.
In Canada, the sun is a joke.
True.
You can walk in this damn thing without even sweating.
True.
Right? What kind of sun is that?
True.
I remember as a kid in Jamaica, you better walk fast. Or sometimes in Jamaica, you have to cross the street to the cool side. And then when you get to your destination, you cross over because we got a real sun in Jamaica, right? We got a real sun in Africa, right? So we're lacking vitamin D. Never forget this one. We don't have the vitamin D that we get from sun. So that is a deficiency. Now your organs inside are dry because most of us not drinking enough water. How you expect your bodily function to really work biologically if you don't have the water? And salt is a bigger killer than you can ever imagine. Salt.
Yeah. Sugar and salt.
People, let me remind you, our foreparents were eating the scraps of the slave master. That is why we eat every damn thing. We eat the chicken foot, we eat the intestine, we eat the brain, we eat. There's nothing on a piece of animal that Jamaican people don't eat. Because when the masters were at the best of the best, all that was left over was the scrap, and that became our diet. That's not us though, culture. That was more like survival. The elephant is one of the biggest and strongest animal in the world. People, the elephant is vegetarian. Elephant don't eat any meat. Right? Biologically, we are not designed as human beings to eat meat. That's a fact. Meat and fish and all them things have become cultural habits because when you're fed things from you're a baby, you get used to it, you love it, and you think you can't really change it. But let me tell you something. A lot of people with health crisis, they change so quickly. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what they're willing to give up. The meat eater says, you know something? I better get rid of that acidity in the beef because cancer love beef. Cancer love beef, people. Cancer love acidity. Okay? Cancer can't thrive on an alkaline body, right?
Nope.
Now, sleep is another issue. Lack of sleep will send you to your grave much faster than you can imagine, right? People, we're supposed to be having our dinner at the earliest time of the day. Willie, I don't know what kind of Adventist people you know, but the Adventist people I know, they're not eating like the people in the church you described. They're not eating from cans and them kind of something, right? My cousin, who has written 2 books out of Brooklyn, she now moved to Florida, one on medical disorder, one on mental disorder. She has her dinner in the morning. So her first, and by the way, that is how culturally we used to do it. We came from farming society, agrarian people, and a farmer cannot go out in that field and sunshine on an empty stomach. So they had to be eating a strong and heavy meal. You know what culturally we're doing right now? We're eating the heavy meal late and then we fall asleep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
So how you
True.
think your body's gonna deal with that, right?
Yeah.
You repeat the cycle day in, day out, day out. Let me tell you this. I do less exercise in the gym than most of the members, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have this joke. If I exercise the way I see these people exercise, I would literally put them to shame. And the reason is my metabolism has remained pretty high. I'm aging, but my metabolism is not aging with me. So that is unusual, right?
Mm-hmm.
I tend to burn up things quickly, right? Now, I'm going to end with this one. People, every time you go to the toilet, you have to study what you deposit, okay?
Yeah. But already brown daddy. We never hear that one day yet. Really?
I know.
Dr.
Some of
Oz
you,
always say that too.
I know some of you
Study
folks.
or look at it?
Yes.
You have to look back. You have to look back.
Look
and
back,
study
not
too.
study. Because you have to pick up
When I
and
say, when I
study.
No, not that kind of
Willie,
study.
Willie, when I say
Signs.
study, the informed people on the line, those of us who are informed, when we look, we know what's going on. So some people don't know about that kind of stuff should do some research, right? The evidence
Especially
you leave behind
men.
is telling you a lot about what you ate before, and if it, if it's a floater or if it sinks. No. I'm joking about it, but what I want everybody to do is just to research that why that is important. Okay,
Yeah.
you might be sicker than you think.
Yes.
You're
Because
leaving a
men.
lot of evidence in the toilet, and it's like good forensic stuff.
Yep.
And a lot of times, if you're eating too much flour or dump,
There is
by the way,
yeah, give Meryl that joke.
And men
see-
need
it's-
to watch out for blood spots.
yeah. Oh gosh,
sign
you don't want to see that. You do not want to see that.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
That's why.
You're
That's
done
why
when
you
see
look.
that.
Yeah.
So you can get to check early.
And
I
prostate
would
cancer
say-
when you get up often in the night to pee, that's a sign.
I would say to everybody, even if you live in a house or a condo, have some plants that are good for health, like aloe vera, for example,
Oh
right?
yes.
Because if you feel binded up, the aloe will kind of clear you. Have some medicinal plant handy.
And you know
Because
what is
trust me,
good? You know what is good to Mike?
Yeah.
And I practice it regularly. Every now and again, I do a colon cleanse with charcoal. You see that
Okay,
thing? Oh my gosh,
I heard about
that
that.
thing just grabs every toxin in your body. I have a problem with allergy with like sesame, and
Yeah.
all I need to do is just take that sesame, that when I get the attack,
Charcoal.
just drink the charcoal right away. And then couple days later when you go to the washroom, you find that it's black. Well, that means it's cleaned out your system and you're squeaky clean again. So I would practice that, and just while I'm at it, a good practice that I do sometimes too is honey and turmeric. That two
Yes,
thing
yes.
is. I hear that doctors are amazed at the power of honey. The other day, I have a brother in Jamaica dying. The man left for dead. I was expecting to start prepare something for send for him funeral, and I tell the guy just use those things. I said first cleanse yourself with the charcoal, then start doing the honey and the turmeric, and I send the money for him to buy it. And there was some like garlic and ginger and some other thing. And the guy gone back to work. You hear me? So all that
Yes.
person when they ask about the cancer thing, trust me, I hope the person is still here. They tell them to do that. Cleanse with the charcoal, your system. Go on the turmeric and honey. Go ahead, Mike.
Active charcoal, to be specific.
Huh?
Active
Activate.
charcoal.
Yeah, active.
Another thing too is your taste bud is how you train it. Okay. you may train it loving sweet, so you're always going after sweet stuff. You may train it loving salt, so what I'm saying to you is, don't be fixed that you can't. In fact, don't even use the word can't. Oh boy, I can't change. What is can't? You know, you
and
have
you can
to
blend the lemon with the seed and the skin and everything, and just take like a little. It's acidic, but it's also it has some acid in it, but that thing it is a destroyer of cancer. Grapefruit.
I was about
Yes, you can boil the grapefruit skin and drink it too. Good for cancer and those things. Yeah.
What I would
Where
say
can you
is scrub your lemons, because these farmers use a lot of pesticide, insecticide, right?
Yep.
So put the lemon in the fridge or freezer.
Yeah. And that's a little bit of it, 'cause it's very
So
acidic.
you can grate the peel of the lemon.
Mm-hmm.
Research it. The peel of the lemon has a lot of medicinal properties, right?
Yep.
Now, Willie, in terms of acidic, the juice of the lemon is seen as an acidic fruit, but no, the juice of the lemon makes your body alkaline. It's a funny thing. You're thinking it's acidic, right? So my routine is every morning, my first drink is warm water and 1 lemon juice and a spoonful of honey, right? And you have to watch the honey, because most of it is not really honey. It's sugar, it's some sugar formula they put together. So be careful of what you're buying as honey, right? I tend to buy local, because if you buy the so-called Canadian brands, they're kind of blending a lot of stuff and calling it honey. It's not the real stuff, right?
Chinese something sugar.
And really, you see, you live in the small town. You guys have access to better food than us anyway,
Yeah.
At least you should,
You should.
Yeah, so
But
what
no,
I'm saying,
I don't it's not because all of them coming from the same sources, Remember, these people do logistics and they have what you call the supermarkets now. All of them are everywhere you go, you have them, like the No Frills, Food Basics,
But
Fresh
Willie,
Fuzz.
where you live, you should find out where the farms are in your area.
Let me tell you something. I just say that I used to go to the farmers market that they have, but I discovered that they are selling basically the same thing that they claim that is organic. It's not
you're right
organic.
about that. Some of them do.
Yes, some of them do, yeah.
And that's why I turn off it. I say, what's the point? And then
No,
they're just
man,
as
go to the
expensive.
farm. If you can go to the farms,
Oh, well,
where
yeah,
you can actually see.
right.
Yes.
But I don't see a lot of stuff here in terms of, you may see like people selling eggs and, but you don't see a lot of like people. Well, you have some Amish people, but it's mostly like some little fruits, them saying little apples and thing on the roadside. You don't
Yeah,
see,
but
Let me
it's
tell
like
you-
going to Jamaica, it's somebody a big old star with a whoop or something. You don't see that here
Yeah.
now.
No, a lot of the things they can't commercialize, they said, and they will take cash only, because if the government find out, they can be charged.
Yeah.
So
it's
you sometimes just have to
controlled.
talk to them quietly sideways and just ask them where you could get some of this and that.
What we should do too, because when we get knowledge wherever we are, we should share the knowledge, right?
Yep.
Now, I think most of us probably heard the so-called goat in Jamaica is not really goat enough. It is the 8-year-old sheep waste. When the sheep in North America breed and can't breed anymore, they ship that meat to Jamaica as goat. It's not goat. It's 8-year-old waste sheep, breed out and can't breed no more, right? So Jamaican people are consuming bad meat that they think is goat. Is not really goat. It's actually sheep. So we have to educate our people. If you love your curry goat, buy local. It might be more expensive, but do not eat that imported crap. It's going to kill you, right? Now, I'm going to end with this story. When I was working for Nestle Canada, Nestle has a farmhouse in a town called Chesterville. It's 1 hour from Ottawa, if you know the capital of Canada, whatever, right? It's a farming community. So I start talking to the locals. You know what the locals tell me? The cows that they ship for us to eat in Toronto, they don't eat that cow. They told me that. They raise their own cow. because what they're putting in the cow for the market, they're not going to eat that, right? So remember, the farming people don't necessarily eat the stuff that they ship or that they're making for profit, right? The stuff that they're injecting in it, the stuff that they're feeding it to make it become heavier, right?
Yes, yes.
And I'm hearing that from the farmers themselves. They said, no, we don't eat that crap. We don't eat that crap, right?
Yes.
So
It's because
people,
the companies
be
want
very-
something of a specific standard, the look and weight and stuff. Yeah.
What I'm seeing in the gym nowadays is a different type of prospect. People who have never been to a gym before. The pandemic has wrecked a lot of people emotionally, psychology, right? So these people, let me tell you something. I spend a lot of time when they come in, right? And the questionnaire is very revealing. The first question is, so John, tell me something. What made you decide to come in today? And I just listen to John or Mary or whoever the person is. And trust me, man, depression, couple suicidal. The pandemic has wrecked a lot of people emotionally. And by the way, they're not coming into the gym to exercise. That's the funny thing. If I think it was exercise, I wouldn't be closing them and getting them to join. They want to be around people again. Sometimes their very family have abandoned them, so much conflict. But a lot of people need more than the physical workout. They're broken people. I'm seeing too many of those people coming into the gym, right? And if you are on multiple meds, if you're on meds for heart disease, cholesterol, cancer is big, so I won't even touch the cancer. A lot of people have that, right? But when we look at stroke victims or people who've had hip surgery, knee surgeries, hip replacement and stuff, right? Now, diabetes is very prevalent in the gym, more prevalent than people can ever imagine, right? Diabetes is real, right? Heart disease is real. People who've had their first heart attack and stuff, right? And here's the thing. You see this fast food culture? Be very careful of the Jamaican fast food called oxtail and curry goat and them things, right? I actually call those things my fast food. I do indulge, but you better be careful eating that thing especially in a cold climate when you're sedentary. Most of people not even doing jobs that they're active, especially the computer geeks, right? They're getting no exercise, belly getting bigger, fat getting more and stuff, right? People at least walk. Go for a walk. Even if it's 20 minutes a day, right? Too many people are leaving riches behind. We have a few millionaires on the line. I get together, people pay off their mortgage and stuff. So this group has a lot of millionaires. But what's going to happen if you're not healthy? You're going to leave the money for somebody else, right? That's my message of health. We better start looking after the health people, and that's why Africa, in my mind, has all the stuff we need. It has all the sun. It is one of the most fastest growing economy in the world. They're fooling us. Mainstream media not telling us that America is dead in terms of economics. It's Africa. They're not telling us that. And you know what? You know how they trick us? Africa is so close to Jamaica, and they let us go the long way, and Jamaicans think it's so far. I bet you anything if Jamaica could get to Africa in 4 hours, Jamaica would clear out like crazy. Telling you, it's real, That's my message, people.
All right, thank you very much, sir. And on
You're
that
welcome.
note, thank you very much, sir. And on that note, I want to bring this meeting to a conclusion. We have gone way over. I don't know if anybody has. Oh, by the way, Michael, Antoinette wanted me to ask you a question about the info for the link for houses in Africa.
Willie, I'm gonna send you the
in
video.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you the video. You can share it. I send King David the video, but sometimes let's send King David some stuff. Him don't realize I want him to share it to the group.
Okay.
So I will send you the video.
Is that what she wants? She wanted the link for houses in Africa? That's it?
Yeah, the same thing.
Okay,
the same thing.
Okay.
The $45,000 US townhouse. I tell you, man, the townhouse looks so good. In fact, you know what I did to the politicians in Canada? I said, listen, people, don't let them trick you during this election. every time them come with this thing called affordable housing. Affordable for who? None of my friends can ever afford to buy one of the government affordable housing, right? And here is a man in Africa finishing a good 2-bedroom, which would stand the test in Canada, North America, in terms of design, everything for 45,000 finished, right? Yeah. I'll send it to you, Willie. I'll send it to you.
All right. Tell me if you're hearing this. You hearing this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phone ring.
Thank you.
Ever been in a position when you're always asking why? Thinking that your tears will never dry. Every time that you glance at the sky, your mind's there, but you know you don't got the wings to fly. You feel the wind gently touching your skin, and the voices from within are yelling, you shouldn't try. But you're not listening, on your face is a grin. You take the chance even if you shoot into the ground. The world says no, but you say yes. Don't let the negativity take over. Do your
close to your gym, but I wasn't sure who to ask for.
No, man, my name at the gym is Jamaican Mike, you know.
Okay. But it's such a busy gym. It was such a busy gym. It's at 24 hours, so I figured you'd probably be busy. But when I'm there again, I'll stop by and say hi.
Cindy, I would not be busy for you.
That's awesome.
Yeah. You know, when I say Jamaican Mike, they were so stupid in that gym. And there was an Italian Mike and me, right? How the hell you can mix up a bald man and a man with hair and beard, right? You know, so no, seriously. I get fed up. So they said, Mike, you have a walk-in. Walk-in means a prospect. I go to the table, they said, not you, the other one, right? Phone call from not you. And one day I just changed my name, Jamaican Mike, and it's stuck in the community and in the gym. Yeah.
Okay. Good name.
Good one.
Cindy, you're quite a diplomat, you know. I like your vibes. I like how you talk about stuff. If you have a government, you would have to be the ambassador.
Oh my goodness. I don't even say much. But
but it's how you say it though. It's how you say it, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, I like that, you know.
I admire you guys. You guys are teaching me a lot. I'm telling you, you guys are molding me. So
but we're learning from you because we're learning from you because you definitely love people and you're a caring person in terms of the stuff you say, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. When I'm actually a member of Good Life, but when Cedar Break closed down, what happened is I'm a member from Extreme Fitness, and they said that I was only allowed to the location of the conversion, right? Yes. So I didn't have access to all locations. So it surprised me in April when they closed Cedar Break. That was sudden to me. So I didn't know where they directed us from Cedar Break. But the thing is, my membership has been so old. I only pay like $37 a month.
Wow.
You know? Yeah, because I've been there so long. And now when I phoned them, they said that I have access to all locations. Okay. So I was quite happy because I didn't have that opportunity before to go to all locations. So,
let me give you, I won't take long. Good Life received $50 million, Cedar Break, just to let you know, okay? $50 million, okay?
Yeah.
And they were so disgusting. They did not keep a final party for the members. I heard complaints that while the members were working out to the 6 p.m. closure, they were in the gym, pulling the gym apart, right? Construction, right? That is so disgusting.
That's so awful, that disrespectful.
And this is what this company has become. Right now, I have a case in front of head office at the highest level. And I am telling them that culturally, the company sucks in terms of equity, diversity, inclusion, ageism, sexism, and all of that. The company is not ready. They have a department and they're making changes, but this company has been dealing with some racial stuff, and it's all about
they
the
must
money
have
now.
Because sorry, Michael, not to cut you off, but the thing is, they took off reggae size, which we all had liked. But that was one of the reasons I was at Cedar Break. The group was so large, you know, and we all used to even go for buffet once a month. The community there, the people there was just enjoying that location. Even they upgraded it just recently, and I don't understand that, but I guess you're in it to understand. And I guess
they got 50 million. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They
yeah,
got 50 million. For them, it's all about the money. It's not about you guys, right?
no. And then the Zumba lady and the yoga lady, during COVID we had also had Zoom with them. So to back up what you were saying, it is true. They treated them like garbage. In 2 seconds, they were out. They messaged us and said they no longer belong to the gym. That's before they were closing down Cedar Break. No respect or nothing. Yeah.
I had a case where I spoke to Jane Riddell, the former CEO, and Jane was going to set up a meeting with me after founder of Good Life, Pat, right? You know Pat who founded Good Life?
Right.
So she was going to set up a meeting because Pat is now out of the company, just to let you know. He's a multi-millionaire. He has his own plane. He's wealthy. So Pat is very rich, right? But Pat does not know that the culture of the clubs have changed, right?
Right.
He doesn't know, right? I met Pat twice, and I think he's sincere about giving Canadians an opportunity to live a fit and healthy good life, right? I actually believe the man is sincere, but the people who are running the gyms, the business has gotten so large, it's all about money. It's all about using the members to make money. Nobody really cares about the members. I'm telling you straight, right?
Yeah.
It's only people like Charmaine. You know Charmaine, David.
Yes, I do. Yeah, she's actually at your location.
Yeah, and guess what? I had a conversation with Charmaine recently. You know Charmaine is loud, right?
Yes.
But I love the loudness. But you know who's bashing Charmaine behind her back? The staff at Good Life. Right?
Oh, really?
So
well, they're messing with the wrong person.
So I had to give her some context, and I tell her, laugh at them, don't let them affect you, because she brings a certain energy to fitness, you know?
Yes.
I love Charmaine. Charmaine is very
she's amazing.
passionate.
She is amazing person. She's actually related to my good friend too. Their family. So it's a small world. But I mean, I hope you guys get treated better, and it's good to fight. Because our group was going to even write Good Life talking, to say something at least, because, we just feel that the people there, we came close to all of the instructors, Like I say, even though I was in David's class, he said, how come I have known you? I said, I was in the back of the class. When I get tired, I hide behind the wall.
Let me give you some advice. Don't write Good Life. Go on social media, okay?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
They react like instantaneously to anything on social media.
Yeah.
Once you write head office, it gets filtered through the ranks and nothing happens, okay?
True.
I know the company inside out, So you go on social media and they will react quickly. They don't want any adverse publicity like most corporations, right?
Yes, because they're too big to risk that. Yeah.
Right. So you can't let them filter your stuff. No. If you guys should be disgusted with the treatment, with the sudden closure, no respect, not even a party, not even any fair warning. There are people in that club for over 30 years. It started with ballet, then Extreme Fitness, then Good Life bought it, right? There are people who were literally traumatized, okay? Traumatized, okay? And that's not good, right?
Yeah.
People need to go on social media and just say, listen, you're into fitness. That wasn't good for our mental health, right?
Yeah.
And that's why they target me,
That's
right?
true.
They target me, and the reason why they can't get rid of me is because I know the workplace club. But I'm a big target for them because they don't like the fact that I care so much about the members, that I'm just repping the members, right? So they come after me.
Yeah.
But my work speaks for itself. I'm good at what I do. The members know that I care for them, and that's the most important thing for me, right? You know. So my brand is Jamaican Mind. My brand is My Good Life. You know, I tell everybody that I rep Jamaican Mind. You know.
Yeah. Anyways, I will see
Pop in. You gotta pop in
Yes.
to see me one day.
Yes,
man.
I will. I'm sure
I
everybody's
work. Let me
tired.
tell you when
I yield.
Yeah, I work Monday to Thursday.
Okay.
1 o'clock to late. I don't work Fridays.
Okay, no worries.
All right. Okay, people.
Okay,
Yeah.
take care, Mike.
Yeah, have a good night.
Good
Thank
night,
you. Bye-bye.
everyone. I
Good
guess.
night. Good night.
Good
Willie,
night.
sorry about that, Willie. We know you fall asleep.
No, I'm not ready to sleep yet, but
Hey,
you know what?
Will he have his kitchen, his
Willie,
bathroom, and everything in one place?
Money under the mattress, you know. I think Willie sleep, you know. You have so much money under the mattress, Willie. I didn't think you sleep, you know.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, guard the money, Willie.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I will.
All right. Good night, people.
All right. Good night,
Good
man.
night.
And
Good
night,
night, God.
everybody.
Yeah. Have a good weekend. Yeah. All right.
You too.
Take care.
Bye, Empress.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye,
Take
Love
care.
everybody, man. Love everybody. All right.
Yeah,
Bye.
you can't call the name.
Yes,
at the
today
start,
was
call name,
successful.
You have your 16 name for go call.
Yeah. Good meeting, Willie. You did a good job.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, man,
Yes,
you did a
it
good
was.
job.
Yeah.
Thank
Good
you.
job, Willie.
Yeah.
Thank
Take care.
you,
Yeah. All right.
Madam Empress.
Yes,
Madam
Willie.
and Empress.
The group
What's-
have a lot of potential, you know. We just have to see how it go, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Come on,
All right.
we're gonna get there together.
We are getting there. We are getting there.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
What was
all right.
that song you were playing, Willie?
Oh, you are hearing it?
Yes, all through the thing. That's why those guys were talking a little louder so they could hear
All right,
themselves.
let me play it over.
Yeah, it's something about the coronavirus.
Right.
But it was. Oh, I mean, I need to hear it over. I'm just.
I don't know what to think about this virus. Started in China, now everybody in America's hiding. There's no groceries cause people start to panic and buy it. The shelves are empty, the ones with plenty already stockpiling. Y'all making memes, think it's funny? Wait a week till the riots. Wait a month till the only way to eat is be violent. It's not the sickness that's scary, it's all the people who wildin'. The government lying, they trying to keep us calm through the sirens. You know it's for real. And all the pharmaceutical giants don't have a cure that they can sell you, so now everyone's dying. There's no vaccines or medication made that can fight it. I guess it's time to pray to God we can't rely on the science. And everyone around me in a mask and some gloves. The stock market crashed and the bank's about to bust. Tell us sanitize our hands, this will pass. It's a bug, stay inside, you'll be fine till we're trapped there for months. It's a ghost town, we're in this together. They're closing all the stores down, we're heading for shelter. It's all war now, they'll always remember. When locking all our doors down, we're sticking together. This a pandemic, but we don't listen to the news cause they lied to us for years, so how we know that this the truth? And most of us are young enough to think that we're immune, so we just pass it on to people who won't survive it like you. It's either worse than they're telling us or it's nothing at all. But the school shut down, a ghost town in the mall. They gon' quarantine the city, block the road out of Dodge, then tell us leaving our homes is actually breaking the law. This is just the beginning, you know it's gotta get worse. If the doctors get sick, the hospitals won't work. The conspiracy theories all sound like facts, that's for sure, but the fact is we're trapped on this planet called Earth. And the bleach gone, the bread gone, the water sold out, the meat gone, the milk gone, the pasta sold out. Don't leave anything for anyone, you hoard it for yourself. You'd rather tell them go to hell than be a man and go and help. It's a ghost town, we're in this together. They're closing all the stores down, we're heading for shelter. It's all war now, they'll always remember. When locking all our doors down, we're sticking together. We're hoping for the best, but we're preparing for the worst. There's one thing we're not scared of, is hard work. We're up against an enemy that doesn't have a face. There's no bombs we can drop, there's nowhere we can aim. There's no soldiers to stop with a tank at the gates. There's no cure that we've got or a pill we can take. There's no food, it's been bought. The truth is we're afraid. We sit inside our rooms and we pray. It's a ghost town, we're in this together. They're closing all the stores down, we're heading for shelter. It's all war now, they'll always remember. When locking all our doors down, we're sticking together.
Nice song.
Yeah, he's on target.
Big tune, Willie. Big tune. Willie.
Nice cat.
song.
Yeah, catchy
Yeah, I
song.
love it.
I like it.
Hey, Willie, you can send me a link of that song there?
Yes, man. Yes, man.
Yeah, send by email me or something, yeah.
Yeah, all
Or
right.
WhatsApp, yeah.
Leo Vegas Online Casino is.
All
Good night,
right.
everybody.
Night again,
Good night.
everybody.
Good night. Good night.
Take
Yeah.
care. Bye.
One love, everyone.
One love.
One
One
love.
love.
One love.
One
Good
love.
night.
Good night.
Good
It
night.
was a successful night.
Thank you.
Great group.
Yeah.
And lots, yes, you asking people where they're from, that was good encouragement.
Yeah, and they came out.
And it
Everybody
get them
was-
all engaged.
Yeah.
So you know who the informer is and isn't.
Yeah.
Well, you can tell they didn't show up this time.
Yeah, I know what to say. It was like about 25 when we started asking, and all of a sudden, you know, if you say some people glad for the opportunity. Now let them find me out. I have to run, hurry up.
I was asleep, Willie. I fell asleep.
Oh, again,
here he
you're
is.
authentic, man. Know yourself. But what I know, again, we did ask the question because they just wake up. Where are you and where you're from originally?
From originally, you know, have to ask that question there.
Jamaica, where in Jamaica?
West Kingston youth, you know.
West Kingston?
Yeah, man, but you know, me live all about still as a youth because of the election. I have to move up as a little youth. I was one of them youths of them called a stash kid, you know. Up in a little,
what?
A stash kid.
What's that?
I mean, a child from certain inner city, and because of violence, them take you out of the inner city and put you at some little place, and of them little cool parish, you know, up in the hills of St. Catherine.
Okay.
So where are you now?
They're New York.
Oh, you're in New York too.
Yeah.
So about 4 hours, so you're in New York. So you know anyone on the group? You touch base, like Joseph, and there's some other person.
I think I've really touched base initially with Joseph. I've talked to Godite, talk to David every now and then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, quite a few. Who else me talk to in the group? Yeah, I have a few other members in the group that not really talk, that I talk to, that I put on. Yeah, like Barima. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, we're getting to know each other tonight, and everybody was coming forward saying where they're from and originally and where they live, you know.
Okay.
So I'm just making notes to know like where the vast majority of us are, so we can, if we want to do anything together, the logistics and all of that, you know.
Yes. I think initially, a couple of years ago with the group, that was one of the main things that was supposed to come out. We submitted names and emails and everything, and nothing came of that.
Okay. I suppose it's because a lot of people distance. It's really kind of hard, but maybe like people who are near to each other out of the country, they can do their thing, and those who are in Canada and you know can do their thing and things like that. So yeah, about one at a time. Anyway, it's almost 12 o'clock. I don't want to be guilty of ending the meeting when the vampire them start biting, you know.
Yeah, man. No feel, you know. Happy strong, you know.
Yeah, man. Blessed.
Yeah, man. Bless.
All right, cool.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night for the umpteenth time we are saying.
I know, eh?
Like we don't want to go. Not easy, you know, 12 o'clock.
Good night.
Hey, we can't make David know so they have the meeting to 12 o'clock, you know.
Good night, active Empress. You're always active.